farmers on the right use of the PGR, right dose. It's been a big challenge for us. So one other technique that we have also demonstrating in some parts of Maharashtra, in some 10 districts, is about a manual canopy management technique. As opposed to the chemical management with the use of plant growth regulator. We have a man called Dada Lad, who is actually from canvassing for this technique. It's a well-known technique, but he has packaged it in such a way that he is able to go and educate the farmers in a big way. And we have adopted this particular farmers technique in this project as well, wherein we are actually able to remove the monopodia, the vegetative branches at the square initiation and also detopping. Through it, we are able to increase the sympodial branches and fruit bearing and number bole weight. And farmers have taken a fancy for this kind of technique, wherein we are not locking the genetics. Dr. Ketaik was here in the country and we were interacting with him. You said with the PGR, you are locking the genetics. But this particular technique actually is not locking the genetics till 90 days. And you are able to, we find that the yields are very high. And it's scale neutral, means it can be applied in, it can be implemented in irrigated tracts, it can be implemented in rain-fed tracts, it can be applied to any hybrid, not necessarily compact ones. So we find that this particular technique for immediate productivity increases is a very robust technique which we can simply take it up in a bigger way in the next season. And this is a classical, typical slide which you have, wherein productivity is defined by the rate of nutrient uptake as the crop grows and the water use. There is a close interaction. And here we have deficit rainfalls, excess rainfalls, and terminal moisture stresses, which upset this particular pattern. That's why our productivity is always fluctuating. And just one case, another state like Maharashtra, for example, where we have 20 districts and 4 million hectares area. 4 million, 40 lakh hectares. And the soils are very poor. And if you see the productivity levels, only 5 of these 20 districts have higher productivity than 400 kg lint per hectare. And rest of them are less than 400 kg lint per hectare. So if you see that, the Keshav also always emphasizes on how we are not able to get proper response to the fertilizers that we are applying. And soil health is the key. And we have seen in the last, if you see the trend, the graph shows that there was initial when BT hybrids came and then they were very responsive. Now it is plateauing and then we are not getting so much responses. There are a plethora of options that are available. Research, farmers' practices, very good diversity, in-field diversity, very good practices, simple solutions, many are there which have been demonstrated. But how, the key is how these can be, have wider acceptance and then how these can be adopted by small farmers in a big way. Mainstream average farmer, not a project farmer, not a program farmer, by the average Indian farmer or average smallholder farmer, how it can be, how we can increase the acceptance and the adaptation. For example, this dencha, stock mulch, green mulch, then cotton shock, which is available, 26 million tons is available in India. 2 tons per acre will give you 20 kg nitrogen and 50% of it is lignin and carbon can be added to the soil. There are, intercropping is a very regular, normal feature in India, especially red gram and cotton are intercropped. It's a very healthy practice, but crop rotation is also 50 to 60% of the farmers practice in India. But how do we increase the rate of adoption and then how do we cut down monocropping? So these are some of the issues, and in drought-prone areas, especially for simple measures like earthing up after the second last interculture and some of the tide reaching techniques, they can really increase the productivity by 20% and enhance the water productivity as well. Then there are best bet climate resilient practices which have a lot of barriers for adoption. For example, permanent beds. We have weed management issues. If you go for a bed planting, then weed is a problem because here farmers actually have the habit of continuous harrowing, interculture, clean cultivation. Against that, where we have excess rainfall events, which is actually damaging the crop and loss of early formed bolls, dropping of squares, dropping of bolls because of excess water in the soil, saturated soil. These bed planting techniques, mulching techniques are very important. And, but there are again limitations. Again, the stock that we can return to soil through composting. This is one technique which we have demonstrated through CIRCOT and CICR. A good method, but has not found wider audience, but this can be promoted in different projects and then pilots. Then alley cropping, this is also one we demonstrated sometime back in Coimbatore. Dr. Nalayani worked on this for several years, 4 years she worked. And then including Desmanthus as a crop which can generate fresh as well as dry biomass. Huge biomass can be generated. So these are some of the practices which agronomy related, but there are again increasing threats of pests and diseases. And we have come out with so many techniques for climate smart or sensor-based applications, but they have not become very popular. What is popular is the pheromone traps, for example, which have become a symbol of IPM and remained as such. Dr. Keshav developed a slow-release formulation when he was at CICR. We tried to do mass trapping for pheromone pink bollworm management, which is the most #1 pest for cotton in India, across the country. But still the acceptance, wider adoption, and as a tool for spray decisions, it's not picked up so much. So we are now trying to devise a smart trap, AI-enabled smart trap, where the farmer doesn't have to count. The trap itself will count and send it to remote computer. And then based on that, we can issue an advisory to farmers to their mobiles. That kind of system we are working. And it need not be established in every field. At taluka level, at a block level, if you have a density of points wherein you can map how the pink bollworm is emerging. And it's a very good correlation that we have with moth emergence with field incidents, especially in the late season. And we can cut down the use of number of sprays for this bollworm and cut down the costs as well. We have demonstrated a number of these techniques. Then one other program which I would like to refer, where we are sitting in Mumbai, in Maharashtra states, there is a project called CropSap. This project, all the data is available in the web-based portal. Reports are available in the public domain. It's a very good program that is going on with the Department of Agriculture. Generally, we don't have departments launching such big projects, where pest surveillance is a practice which has been adopted by the state government for not only cotton, but all other crops, where roving surveys are done, fixed field surveys are done, reports are available, and ETL-based spray decisions are given for approved chemicals, label claim insecticides. So again, another project which Dr. Keshav started, insect resistance management. This project we have been continuing for pink bollworm, and we have demonstrated very clearly recently that we came out with a paper also in crop protection, where you can have a... So coming to the last slide, I'll just wind up because I've taken more time. I believe that climate resilience has more relevance for us for the immediate priority, especially for farmers. And we need convergence and synergy between public, private, and public investments are huge in India, unlike in other countries maybe, but here we are huge. But generally, when we go for programs, projects, mainstreaming is not happening. That's what I feel, but this is a technology targeting project, is one project where we have come together, all of us. And we need to be moving towards precision cultivation and then mechanization. That is a very great need for India. And next step is about ICAC. Dr. Keshav also submitted a project for linking Kasturi brand, branding of Indian cotton with sustainability. And I would like to see that all the good work that public and private research has done come up with innovative solutions for climate smart production. They need to be packaged through sustainability indicators, measurements, baseline should be established, and then we should get a model wherein our Indian cotton brand can go ahead with the, not only with the traceability, quality, but also sustainability. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Y.G. Prasad. First of all, congratulations for the excellent work and those great insights. All I can say is keep up the good work. And thank you for acknowledging whatever little contributions I may have done at the Institute. Thank you so much. Thank you. We'll have the question answer session later for all the three speakers. Thank you once again. I'd like to now invite the third speaker of this session, Dr. Mark Giband. Dr. Mark holds degrees in plant biology, cellular and molecular biology, and has a PhD in plant molecular biology. Mark has extensive experience in research, including a postdoctoral role at the University of Ottawa, and over a decade of experience in Brazil with Embrapa's Cotton Research Center. Dr. Mark Giband is currently a research scientist at CIRAD, France, and he specializes in cotton breeding, molecular genetics, and pre-breeding, while also serving at as CIRAD's cotton supply chain correspondent. He collaborates with the cotton improvement programs in Africa. Dr. Mark, please.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Kesha, for this very nice introduction. It's always a pleasure to be here. The last time I was here is when India organized the World Research Conference, so that dates back quite a few years now. But it's always a pleasure, and to see how vibrant this country is really impressive. I'm very impressed with all the talks that have been given over the years, over the days, and it's certainly a pleasure. When Keshav invited me to give this talk, I was very happy. But then I took a better look at the challenge. This is a challenge. So when we're talking about climate smart technologies, what I would like to do is emphasize this hyphen. I'm a plant breeder, pre-breeder, and when I looked at the title, I was wondering, well, is it the climate smart, or is it the breeders that's smart? And so this is important to pinpoint to this hyphen. Climate smart plant breeding is a challenge for everybody. What is climate smart? We as breeders, we like to have clear, simple breeding objectives. And when we talk about climate smart plants, this is very complex for us. So what I would like to do is just break down this very complex notion. Alexandra a bit earlier described climate smart as a buzzword. We breeders don't like buzzwords. What we would like to do is objectives, simple ones. So I would like to go this morning through some more simpler concepts and look at what we have been doing and what we can do looking at resilience and breeding for resilient traits. So I don't have to highlight how much the recent years have been difficult for the cotton growers. And what I would like to do is to say that we at CIRAD are very much into our DNA is working with less developed countries, more specifically in Western and Central Africa. And again, these are paper clippings of what happened over the last couple of years. And this is rain, the problems we have had with drought stresses and things like that. And this is exacerbated in rain-fed production areas. And the data on the right here shows how many of the small-scale farmers, specifically in Western and Central Africa, are exposed to these irregularities and are suffering even more than the big producers. If you look at the top countries that are growing cotton in the rain-fed areas, nearly all of the African countries are here. So what I would like to say, sorry. Okay. Definitely getting breeding for material that will be able to withstand such events, climatic events, is the most important goal for us. Things are not going to improve. And if you look at the conclusions of the IPCC, the committees, the trends and projections are not very bright. What we do see is that we do understand that over the coming years, we will have a lot of problems to solve. What we have seen, and the previous speaker has been talking about water availability, and this is something we have also seen not only in India, but this is a snapshot of what happened a few years ago in Brazil. The redder parts are where there was a high deficit in water. This is to show how irregular rainfalls are. What are the trends and projections? What we will have to cope with less water availability over the years. And when we talk about water availability, what do we see is that we have lower amounts of water, we have irregular and poorly distributed rainfall, and obviously in rain-fed areas, this is a great problem. We know that over the years we will also have to cope with increased transpiration or demand for water, and this in conjunction with higher temperatures, this will be exacerbated too. What we do see over the years is that we will have to cope with higher temperatures. Higher temperatures. Not only will we have to cope with high peak temperatures, but also extended periods above optimal temperatures. We know the plant has to react to this, these are I'm really confused, sorry. Okay. Now, the IPCC, sorry, let me get my, can I have some water, please? I'm extremely sorry about this. Temperatures, oops. Okay, thank you. Okay, let me get this straight again. So what did the IPCC tell us? Is that within the coming years, we will, plant breeders, growing systems will have to cope with stresses. First of all, we'll have water stress. Now, we now do see that we already have lower irregular poorly distributed rainfall, and this will go hand in hand with increased evaporation and water demands. We also have to get ready for increased temperatures, not only with higher peak temperatures, but also with what we do see we'll have to cope with extended periods of above optimal temperatures. Plants also, C3 plants in general, have to quote or use night temperatures are important for them. Sorry. Okay. Keshav, can you give me 2 minutes so I can, I'm a bit confused. Okay. Oops. This is embarrassing. I'm really sorry to everybody. Okay, co-pig with high frequency. The good news about the IPCC projections is that we should be also looking at increased CO2 concentration. CO2 will allow us to, is probably the only good news we have, is that CO2, higher CO2 concentrations projections are that CO2 is useful for increased photosynthesis. Now, what I would like to look at, and this is happy to be on the technicals, yeah, but it's easier for me here. It's okay. Okay, but then I have to show. Okay, because this is a technical seminar, what I would like to do is talk to things what are easier for us, plant breeders. Obviously, water, all these stresses plants will have to adapt to is a complex. No, it's yeah, it's just it'll be a complex interaction between water temperatures and CO2. I mentioned here that higher CO2 concentrations are a good point, but then they may be counterfeit by water and temperature availability. What I would like just to go through now is simplify the system and discuss a bit what we have been doing looking at water deficit. There's no secret about this, and this is a very common slide. Water deficit has some devastating effects on cotton development and production. If you have a water stress at the very beginning of the plant development, water stress will have an effect, a negative effect on seedling emergence, survival, and we'll have to go, will necessitate to go resowing. On the positive side, a mild water deficit will induce the plants to go, or the plantlets to go deeper into the soil and look for water down low. If you have water stress or even heat stress, heat and water stress at the early or first squaring, first flowering developmental stage, high temperatures, for example, will be detrimental to pollen fertility, and this will result in the shedding of reproductive structures. Later on, and Dr. Prasad told us about some of the cases of late season drought stresses, and we do know that water stress at a later stage does repercute on fiber quality parameters. If the stress does happen during primary cell wall synthesis, length and related technological parameters will be affected, whereas if we have a later stress, then things like maturity, micronair, short fiber content will be impacted too. So this is just to stress out the importance of trying to develop systems where the plants will be avoiding all these stresses. And this is not an easy task to do, because the plant's reaction to the stress will not be the same physiologically at this time of their development and this time at this time. So people have been a lot, because this is not a new thing, people have been working with breeding for tolerance, and this has been a goal for many, many years. Breeding for water deficit, for tolerance to water deficit, has been a breeding goal for many, many years. I'm not quite sure when we talk about drought tolerance, what I wanted to show on the earlier slide is how complex this nature, or how complex this term is. Drought tolerance will not be the same for a plant at the beginning of its development or early on. We breeders like to work with highly heritable traits. It's easier when we have a less complicated, and definitely drought tolerance is something that's really, really complex. How do you characterize drought tolerance? This is another one. A lot of people have been working on seedlings, or have been imposing, stresses through chemicals, but this is something that's difficult for a breeder to look at in the field. As I just touched on, many people looking at drought tolerance have been using either morphological or physiological traits that are usually associated, such things as stomatal conductance, transpiration, canopy temperature adjustment, osmotic adjustment. So these are some of the proxies that would be probably easier. We do know that there is a high level of genetic variability for such of this, so these traits, and this is, but unfortunately, looking and trying to breed for these traits has not translated into resistance. What we tried to do is to look at what we could do on this side. We were lucky when I was in Brazil to get a project that we call CAWAS for cotton adaptation to water stress. And what we were looking at is at a panel of some 207 genotypes that were breeding material, modern obsolete varieties, or advanced breeding lines. And what we wanted to do is to work on two parts or two determinants of stress, or traits that could be improved stress tolerance of these plants. We looked at, we wanted to generate phenotypic data on the root system architecture, but also look at stress tolerance at the aerial parts. So the first thing to look at root parameters, we developed this kind of nice system. It's we called it low-tech phenotyping, root phenotyping platform, and through the use of these rhizo boxes, we were able to have a snapshot of what the root development looked like. We were able to measure some 10 to 12 root system architecture characteristics, and these are just listed here. And just to make a short story, what we wanted, a long story short, what we did do is we see that we could have high levels of variability for root traits. There is normal distribution for different traits, which means that the system, the character is rather complex. For a breeder, as I just said, we like working with highly heritable traits, but unfortunately, most of these characteristics, root characteristics, have low to moderate heritability. So what we were able through this study is through PCA analysis and hierarchical clustering is to determine 5 root architectural morphotypes. And definitely the morphotype A seems to be the better adapted. So yes, within our pool of genetics, and now we do have molecular markers associated to this kind of architecture, we do hope that we can use this trait as a proxy for breeding. We then used a phenotyping platform in Montpellier, France, and to look at the above ground tolerance parameters. So we did conduct this this experiment where we had 2 water regimes. Either we were working with 80% of field capacity, and the stressed plants were only irrigated at 30% of field capacity. We then looked at a number of traits related to stress tolerance. Again, what we concentrated is on endpoint measurements. Again, what we do find is there is a high level of variability for all of these parameters. Obviously, and this is what's expected, the values that were decreased under water limitation. For example, in the mean accumulated biomass was reduced by 34%, and the transpiration by 34% by 40%. What was the only point that was the only trait that was increased was water use efficiency, and what we were a bit surprised and a bit as a researcher to see. We were a bit disappointed to see that we could not see any interaction between G and the G by S interaction. Maybe this is a good news, is that if you breed for better genotypes under a well-watered situation, then you can also breed for drought resistance. What I would like to point out is that these plants were only under mild water stress, and we also decided to go for a dry down. So maybe these plants were able to adapt to this scenario. One thing we did see is that if we look at the dynamics of biomass accumulation, I think one important point is that what we do see is either if we look at biomass accumulation or accumulated transpirations, we do see that there is a very big differences. There are 2 contrasting behaviors. If you look at the upper left panel, you do see that some of the plants, these are individual plants for which we followed biomass accumulation. We have 2 types of contrasting. The plants on the right or on the left side of the panel are those what we consider optimistics. They will continue to accumulate biomass. But then at one point, then there is the accumulated biomass stops. We do see that for example, this is a very contrasting. There are some plants that will close their stomata to avoid water transpiration. So the take-home message, if there is one, is that we do see that within a group of at least 270 genotypes, we can see a large variability. And this is a good sign for breeders. Unfortunately, we're not able to find any correlations between root traits and above ground characteristics. But what we were, throughout this study, we were able to identify some genotypes with advantage characteristics like more stable biomass accumulation and well developed. And what I would like to pinpoint is some of these individuals, and these are probably materials that would be worthwhile working with. Is this the end of the story? Not at all. I know I don't have much time, but it's only a first step into integrating climate-resilient varieties into cropping systems. And as Dr. Prasad said, I think the system is what is going to make the whole difference. What we will, other than some particular traits, we will also have to work, and if we're working into a more complex cropping system, we'll have also to work on our other traits, like cycle duration. Cotton is not a very good competitor, and when we talk about row cropping or intercropping, this is something we'll have to be looking at. Dr. Prasad also talked about architecture, and we're looking at increased plant density. In Africa, that plant density is very low. How can we work this out? There are other traits that are also important for us. Will be harvest indexed, water use or efficient use of water, nutrient use. And rather than talking about climate smart plant breeding, I think what the future for us is to breed cotton for resilient cropping systems. I'll finish here, and I really would like to beg your pardon, because this has been a really difficult time for me this morning. I don't know what happens. I hope to be able to talk to you calmly some other time. Sorry for that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mark Jiban. You may kindly stay here, because while I invite the other two speakers, Dr. Y.G. Prasad and Ms. Alexander, please come over to the stage. Dr. Mark, thank you so much. In fact, plant breeding for climate resilience is never an easy task, and you are one of the finest leaders that we have on cotton breeding for climate resilience. A great job there, so thank you so much. I'd now like to request, if you have any questions, the three esteemed speakers are here, so the field is over to you.
Good morning. My name is Venugopal. I'm an agronomist. My question is, like in Dr. Prasad's presentation, he had presented that within the season you have a lot of variability. You begin the season when you have heavy rains, and then you end the season in most places where the season becomes dry. Now, do we have any breeding program where you can make simultaneous selections for adapting to waterlogging conditions and adapting to drought? Because most of the presentation, most of the studies are on drought per se. You have projects, you have programs for drought, knowing fully well that cotton is semi-xerophytic. So, are the adaptation mechanisms and selections similar for both conditions, or how do you integrate both the situations?
Multiple.
If you start from breeding for waterlogging, you're looking for traits like lenticels, shallow root, enigmatic roots and all. When you're breeding for drought, you're looking for a different root architecture.
Definitely.
Now, in the crop season, you have it quite both. You have a season, you have a short spell of high rainfall and a long spell of drought. So selecting for one trait doesn't compromise on the ability to face drought later.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with you. And this is, I think, what I wanted to say is that looking at individual traits will not work. And I think what we really have to do is look at the system. I mean, I'm convinced, and like I say, I'm a plant breeder. I like looking at simple traits, but I know this is not going to work. And what we really, really have to do is, as breeders, we have to look at including our plants into a system. And I'm convinced, 100% convinced, that this is the only way that we will have really more resilient systems. I agree with you. And even more when you look at, and this is what I wanted to show, is that when you have these climatic or erratic rainfalls, there's no way of breeding for characters, simple characters that will respond to all these stresses. So basically, yes, what we have to do is look at the potential of plants, but only when you put them in a correct system. And this is the next challenge, I think.
Are we seeing any technology in breeding that is going to shorten, first of all, the 180 days? Because most of our varieties are going for 6 months. We have now a shorter rainfall period in Zambia, for example, in Southern Africa. We always experiencing these El Nino things. So sometimes we have too much rainfall, sometimes we have no rainfall at all, like what we're expecting this year. So that compromises our fiber quality. And some of the buyers of our lead have criticized us for short stepping in these other things, immature fiber and so on. So are we looking at any time soon a technology that is going to address this growth period from 180 days? Are we able to shorten the growth period? Are we able to work on the fiber, maybe for it to mature in 110 and 140 days, like the maize guys have done? Anything in that context? Maybe we can talk about it from Sarah's point of view.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think there is a controversy about what you look for short cycle. We are lucky also, like in Africa, we have plant systems that are less definite. If you breed for short cycle, you have flowering and you have fruiting on a very short period. If you do have a stress at this period, there'll be a lot of shedding and you'll lose everything. On the contrary, yes, there are some projections that seems to show that if you have less determinate plant types, which are capable of compensating the first, if you do have a stress and then you have a shedding, that are able to compensate, this would be more resilient. But again, I mean, what we see is that there's no typical growing season anymore. Maybe 10 years ago, it was quite easy. But what we do see, this is erratics. And I think we don't have traits to breed for. And then again, what we have to do, it's useless to have plants with a high rooting system if there's no water in the system. And looking at soil health and things like that, this is going to be important. And this is what I want to stress. We cannot breed just for single traits and let's say have the answer to these climatic accidents. The cropping system is going to be have to face over the coming years. What we have to do, I agree, and this is what I wanted to say. We have to breed for a system. We're not going to solve the problems on our own. I mean, this is just I mean, especially in rain-fed conditions.
Am I allowed? Good morning. My name is Francisco from Mozambique. Congratulations to the presentations and to the presentators. My question would be more to Dr. Prasad. I think the work is really interesting and relevant, and it would apply to all countries similar to India, small-scale farming countries. I like to say that in Mozambique we are technically behind, but our problems are not technical. This might seem strange, but our good farmers, which tend to be around 10% of the farmers, produce as well as we produce in the average areas of India, and they produce double the quantity of the average farmer in Mozambique with the same inputs and with the same technical protocols. So before having a technical problem, we have probably a social problem. Or we have low adoption, which will have reasons that are not on the agronomy side, but more on the sociology side or eventually on the economical side. So this study that you are doing for India, it's very applicable to all of our countries in small-scale farming, where the agronomies are not, in my point of view, the limitation. And my question to you and to everyone in the room is why we all are so non-scientifical in treating this matter. I mean, we are trying to solve our problems in Africa and elsewhere with the silver bullet of the seed, of the pesticide, whatever, but we are really lacking to tackle this point. And this will probably be soft investment from our side, much cheaper than buying tractors, which is what most of the governments do, just to plow land and increase the problem, because by plowing land we just increase areas, and increase areas just increase the problem and promote low yields. So why are we lacking behind in this topic, or am I not seeing this well? And what would you suggest that, what would be the methodology for us all to follow the good practice that you are using? Thank you.
Thank you. Of course, the social dimension where we educate and extend, do the extension programs, how do we reach out to farmers, how do we actually speak their language and interact with them involve them, these stakeholders in our programs that we have done. For example, stakeholder consultations, not only farmers but departments, state government, scientists, local officials. And most of the climate smart, climate resilient production is contextual and location specific. So how do we engage the local communities? These are very important, as you have said, but of course, the intention has to be there, the resources have to be there, then only we'll be able to reach out. Definitely, earlier we used to have a CTAP program between India and Africa. Hopefully, if it can be revived, definitely the technical assistance program for Africa between India and Mozambique. We can work together, and then especially in the extension this one area, definitely we can extend our resources, and then we have exchanges also. Definitely, I look forward to that.
Thank you, Dr. Prasad. I'd like to request Alexandra to please respond.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, Francisco, I know that you're doing already a great job with your team in training efforts to smallholder farmers, and I think that's a key topic, how you interact with the farmers. And that's where, especially now talking about regenerative, to really engage with your communities and have a different approach. Try to break down the science into something that is very simple to understand and repeat for smallholder farmers. That's where we came in with the 5 fingers on good agricultural practices. Now the 5 elements of soil assessment, so people can remember. And this interaction with farmers on a regular basis, on eye level, and acknowledging You know, those farmers are out there every day in their field and they have a lot of knowledge. Sometimes they are not aware of it, to really engage with them and make sure that traditional knowledge is combined with science, is necessary to really achieve something. And I totally agree, the techniques, basic techniques are there, and the next level is now how do we engage with the farmers in a better way.
Yeah, thank you. We have time just only for one more question, and I think because Rajiv raised his hand. Rajiv.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Prasad, for your presentation. I have a very specific question related to what Dr. Venu asked. Is the climate variability we see is sowing on bed an answer? You did allude to it in your presentation, and you also mentioned about some impediments. Is it something we should really go hell for leather? And what are the impediments? You mentioned about weeding, so maybe if you could just elaborate that. Thank you, sir.
The same question we have been debating in our institute as well. Whether to go for bed planting or not to go for bed planting. We have seen the benefits. In some season, bed planting has given better returns, better productivity. But in certain season, it has been an impediment as well. Flatbed sowing with earthing up after the last interculture. Also, Dr. Venu believes strongly in this. He is a very good agronomist that we have in our institute. But bed planting, especially in high rainfall areas, especially 1000 mm, we have many districts in India, like Nagpur, for example, where we sit. Or in Vidarbha, whole of Vidarbha, it's 900 mm and above rainfall, where actually you have medium to deep soils, where cotton is cultivated. The excess rainfall event, which is maybe 60 mm or so more in a day, those rainy days where we have this problem, this frequency is increasing. And that, especially in July and August, in the seedling squaring stage, flowering stage, if it happens, even for a 4-day, 5-day saturated soil moisture conditions, it is going to shed all the early formed fruiting bodies. That will be detrimental for us, because invariably the impact on this is that the farmers will extend the crop. And when the crop is extended beyond December, then from 150 days it goes to 180 days, and then we have this pink bollworm problem. All over resistant populations are there, and huge, more than 50% of the green boll damage, 20% the open boll damage. It's going to be a loss for us, a loss for the farmers. So in certain situations, but there are no easy options actually. So that's why I said these are best bet practices based on the frequency, based on the wisdom of the farmer, his soil, his own field conditions. We should be able to go for it. But the problem is again weed management, because herbicide use is not much in India, and it's increasing, but we don't have herbicide tolerant cotton as well. So some of these climate resilient practices like bed planting, if you want to go for that, permanent beds, which is a very good practice from various points of resilience and climate smartness, but definitely herbicide tolerant cotton may be a better promote these resilient practices. Availability of machinery for bed planting, investments from the private farmer himself, again that's also energy, so many things are there which will determine the extent of adoption. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank all three eminent speakers, first of all for having accepted our invitation and for making these excellent presentations. Friends, I'd like to request you to please give them a big hand. Thank you very much. I now request Secretary General to please take it.
Oh, first of all, I'd like to thank Keshav and the panelists. I think, when we're looking at finding innovations to help solve some of the most serious problems facing the cotton sector, I think our panelists really represent some of the best thinking. Before we go to break, I would like to invite Mike to give a brief update on the World Cafe. And after he's done, we'll go on break and we will reconvene at 11. Mike, over to you.
Okay, I'll just be loud. Okay, good. Good morning, everyone. I just wanted to take a quick moment and remind everyone about the afternoon's World Cafe. We will be asking you to choose a table with a topic that's of interest to you for a group discussion. And so I just wanted to remind everyone what those topics are. There are 11 of them. The first is battling the pink bollworm, cutting-edge eradication technologies. The second is revolutionizing cotton farming, global high-density planting best practices. The third, cutting-edge technology in farming, robotics and machineries for smallholder cotton farms. Fourth, sustainability through carbon sequestration. Number 5, empowering smallholder farmers, the digital revolution in education and support. Number 6, fostering entrepreneurship support and support services and opportunities. Number 7, setting standards and assurance, traceability technologies and certifications. Number 8 is diversifying cotton economies, innovations and byproducts. The 9th is greening the textile industry, promoting eco-friendly factories. Number 10, cotton and sustainability driven by fashion design and communications. And finally, cotton's prospects in technical textiles. So we'll be kicking off that session at 2 o'clock, and so we'll see you after lunch at the World Cafe.
Mike, and now it's break to 11. Thank you, everyone. 30 seconds. Good morning, delegates and guests and other attendees. We're ready to resume our fifth open session, technical seminar on climate smart innovations as game changers for cotton production and chair. And the chair is Keshav Kranthi, and we look forward to seeing the next list of participants and presentations. Keshav, over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary General. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. We start the second half of the technical seminar. Our fourth speaker of the day is Dr. Michael Banch. I'd like to invite him over to the stage. Dr. Michael Banch, please. I'm honored to introduce Dr. Michael Banch. He is a globally renowned cotton systems agronomist with 3 decades of experience. Dr. Banch currently serves as the Commercial Research Manager at Cottonseed Distributors in Australia, focusing on growers-facing research. Previously, Dr. Banch held the position of Chief Scientist with CSIR Australia, where he led various research initiatives in cropping systems, abiotic stress management, fiber quality, crop nutrition, climate change impacts, water use efficiency, and decision support systems. Dr. Banch earned several recognitions. I can list out a lot of them, but I think notably a few most important must be mentioned. These prestigious awards include the USA Beltwide Cotton Award in 2017, a service to cotton science research from the Association of Australian Cotton Scientists in 2019, and of course, as all of you witnessed, he also received the ICAC Cotton Researcher of the Year Award of 2023 here in this very hall, and we are very proud of him. His extensive international collaborations include being a Fulbright scholar, notably in the United States. Dr. Banch, I'd like to invite you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Keshav. Good morning, everyone, and I'm certainly very privileged to be here today talking to you. For starters, I enjoyed the presentations this morning. I think the speakers set it up nicely for me to talk about some climate impacts. My presentation today, I'm going to introduce some climate change impacts on cotton production, mainly focusing around a lot of the research into some of these impacts. I will share some of my thoughts around these challenges, and recognising that this is truly a snapshot. If maybe Keshav had given me half a day to actually talk about climate change and production on cotton production, I might have started to scratch the surface of those things that work and interact on cotton production. By my very nature of who I am and what I've done as a researcher, this presentation is decidedly crop and plant focused, and I'm certainly not attempting to cover off all the aspects of climate change impacts. Where I come from is a place called Narrabri on the east coast, inland on the east coast of Australia. It's central to our cotton growing districts where most of Australian cotton is grown. Our systems are decisively high input systems. We have, generally our average yields are greater than 2,000 kgs of lint per hectare. Our cropping systems are predominantly irrigated. We can have up to 15% of our area rain-fed at times when it decides to rain, and we employ many best management practices. And undoubtedly our systems are highly mechanised, and I'm very cognizant of the fact that our system is very different from some of those that have been discussed this morning. Truly though, that in the same way I sit there and listen all morning to the other presenters and the learnings and the findings that they're finding working in those different systems and paying attention to what I can learn, I think certainly our systems in Australia and can reflect some of the things that are going on around climate change. I won't spend too much time on these graphs, and we see many of these sort of presentations, reflecting the fact that we have increases in CO2 and increases in temperature, and many graphs reflect this. I think what is quite sobering for me as a researcher, that I remember the days working in plant physiology, working with CO2 levels of 340 parts per million in the atmosphere, and now we're well above 400. A change, even in my short career as a researcher, of 80 parts per million of CO2. Just off the bat, I'm going to talk a little about some of the studies that sort of that reflect impacts of climate change on crop production. Obviously, the IPCC report is certainly one of those reports, a number of those reports that reflect the impacts on climate change. I note that the IPCC have chosen soybean and wheat as their sort of indicator crops, but when they actually do these assessments, the stresses on the side are the ones that they actually reflect, future projected climate change. And some of these have been mentioned this morning around soil nutrients, pests and diseases, obviously heat stress, aridity, the availability of water to the crops, and ozone is one that's is pointed out strongly. So interesting that we see soybean and not necessarily cotton. When you search the reports for cotton, there's actually very few. I was surprised. There's very few references made to cotton. I think about 5 or 6. I was specifically searching for the word cotton. Only really 5 or 6 times where cotton is actually mentioned. But in the report, this is the topics, that sort of summary, that how they reference the impact on cotton. They note that temperature is both good and bad. Temperature can be negative for phenology. Warmer temperatures can proliferate pests. CO2 is generally good. Plant water status will be challenged with increased temperature. We have less irrigation water, and there will definitely be temperature impacts on quality. And I'll talk a little bit more about this report a little later on. In recent times, there was a report commissioned by the Lords Foundation in 2020, looking at the projected impacts on cotton production for 2040. This report's available online. You can download the whole report. And in its summary, the key impacts relate to, again, temperature. They talk about season length and the extremes. Again, water, season of rainfall, flooding and drought. Some other ones that start to emerge, which, when you're reading some of these production-based things start to emerge, obviously coastal flooding. They make mention of wind and the strength of wind and the storms that come along. Wildfires was something that was identified, and also landslides. So even though some of those are there, I won't be talking about, certainly being a crop and plant physiologist and agronomist, I won't be talking about my expertise in wildfires and landslides. I'll focus a little bit more on the cropping side of things. So the topics that I'm going to cover today in the presentation are around elevated CO2, temperature, the water dynamics, are both relating to waterlogging, humidity. I'm going to mention focus very strongly on around the integrated effects, and this is a really important topic to clearly understand the complexity of climate change. Waterlogging, ozone, soil health, and I'll make mention of considerations around legacy effects. As mentioned, if I was really trying to address this topic, I'd probably need a few days, but the thing that I'd like just to mention, that when we talk about things in isolation, it's easy, but the reality is when we affect one aspect of the system, there's feedbacks and interactions that occur in a biological system that drive the changes. The reality is that our biological systems is complex, and we need to consider when we talk about these impacts in the context of a biological system. So just in summary, I'll just quickly talk about some of the positive and negative impacts from a plant productivity perspective. Elevated CO2 can obviously increase photosynthesis. It can reduce stomatal conductance. What that sort of means is really we can, elevated CO2 can actually close the stomates and prevent water from leaving the leaves, which can lead to improvements in water use efficiency. Elevated temperature, we can, in some systems, can reduce the incidence of frost and freezes. We can improve plant establishment when it's warmer, and in some cases reduce the incidence of some diseases. The negative impacts, we can actually accelerate plant development, essentially not have the time to grow things and grow yield by having shorter bulb periods, and we can cause significant fruit loss. And a lot of these have been mentioned already this morning. From a water perspective, just not having access to water, evapotranspiration can be higher, and the evaporative demand by crops is generally much higher. It would be remiss of me to actually, before I start talking about some of these research things, is not to recognise the incredible work that's been done in the past around cotton and the climate change impacts. And I mentioned this in my speech the other day about that often the research that's been undertaken in cotton is forgotten about in other cropping research circles. In fact, I think cotton led the way in climate change impacts. Dr. Raja Reddy, a previous recipient of the ICAC Researcher of the Year award, leads a facility in Mississippi that's been in place for a number of years, looking at climate change impacts in controlled environment conditions. Researchers, Dr. Morney and et al. Undertook many years of research in Arizona in the free air experiments, CO2 experiments, where they elevated these circles with CO2 to look at the impacts on growth. Noting that these facilities don't really look at the interactions of CO2 and temperature. Jeff Baker and Katie Broughton in Australia have used these canopy evapotranspiration and assimilation chamber facilities to investigate CO2 impacts, to look at more controlled sort of scenarios. We established our National Climate Change Facility in Australia to try to look at elevating CO2 and temperature in the field in an integrative way, noting that even these facilities are not immune to extreme weather conditions, and this was after a hailstorm and a windstorm. So you start again, basically, when these things happen. And there have been numerous studies around the world where we've undertaken research in controlled environment facilities, where pot experiments in glass houses controlled at different conditions. Starting with elevated CO2, what do we see here? And I think that was mentioned, it's obviously a very positive scenario. Every study that you read where in good temperatures and elevated CO2 increases biomass, increase yield, and will ultimately increase lint. And studies by Raja Reddy and Morney et al. have showed that for many times and been the basis of knowledge that are embedded in crop simulation models and physiological studies. In the cedar chambers in Australia, we reinforce that when you have great moderate temperatures, elevate the CO2, you improve growth and you improve water use efficiency. Nothing new there. When we start to think about temperature, so shifting gear, dealt with CO2, looks all good. There's studies that occurred around the world that we start to investigate, what changes have occurred in terms of temperature. And while this on the surface is it's not a detailed physiological study, but it's important to note that at least in the east coast of Australia, quite diverse regions from where Narrabri is down to a place called Griffith in the south, is that we see over the years in the accumulation of day degrees that there's been a definite change. But the interesting thing there is that Griffith now looks more like what Narrabri was in the 1970s. And I contend from that perspective in terms of temperature understanding, we should look to other regions and other places to share that understanding of how we can learn from each other when we understand those temperature responses. Another, a lot of work being done as I mentioned, that temperature can drive phenology earlier. I'm not going to go to too much detail in terms of what these impacts are in terms of the detail, but high temperatures just bring phenology in earlier. and the projected changes in the future will be that that will occur. One thing that we have found is in our studies is that things like day degree algorithms that are used to estimate temperature in different environments are starting to fail us a little bit because we're experiencing those extremes much more, and I would contend that it's important that we go back and continue to develop our understanding of temperature because, well, certainly in Australia, our day degree algorithm wasn't accounting for the more extremes that we're starting to encounter, and that will be important. Photosynthesis, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this graph. Elevated leaf temperatures or canopy temperatures will drive photosynthesis down when we get to certain thresholds. The important thing here, I think, to note is that this is going to be much more challenged when we take water out of the picture from that perspective. And in finishing a discussion around temperature alone, an often forgotten part of the temperature response is actually understanding the impact of temperature on respiration of the plant. And this pertains very much to the warmer night temperatures that we are predicted to occur and are actually occurring. That you can see here we can get increases in growth rates with temperatures above 25 degrees, but our respiration can go from growth rates up to 2%, respiration up to 8%. And these are some of the reasons why we might see poor retention or even parrot beaking bowls because of loss of carbohydrates due to respiration. Final sort of aspect of temperature, as mentioned, is about its impact on fibre quality. We see here that certainly when water is not limiting, an increase in temperature, a 1 degree average increase in temperature will on average increase micronair by 0.5 units, and that's something that we have to factor in our understanding. Apologies, I'm putting up nice complicated graphs with some quite simple messages here that there's not a person in the room that would not understand that the increases in water stress would impact on yield. I think the important thing for us in Australia is recognising that for us to manage that scenario, we've had to spend a lot more time on quantifying the impacts of stress, and that's been an important part of understanding this. So we are using techniques to actually measure stress, relate that to yield, and then looking to develop systems where we can manage that stress in much more refined ways. And the message there for us is that in quantifying stress, if you can't measure it, you can't manage it, and that's something we're heavily focusing on. Shifting gears, and I mentioned that one of the other aspects of aridity was humidity of air, and this is some work. A low vapour pressure deficit is something that has high humidity. A high vapour pressure deficit is something with low humidity. And what we're finding is that some of our traditional understanding relating to responses of crop stress or crop responses to soil water environments are challenged by our differences in humidity in the atmosphere. In this case here, we find that where we think a crop is stressed at low humidity, at high humidity, if we actually shift and look at the crop in the same situation in low humidity, the crop is actually genuinely stressed and impacting yield. So I would contend there that we have to, in moving forward around some of these systems, that some of our traditional ways of looking at plant stress have to be rethought, and we're certainly moving to using plant-based sensors to understand how we capture those impacts of stress, which get around some of the problems of these interactive effects. Waterlogging has been talked about a lot this morning. It's a particularly gnarly or a particularly difficult stress because in fact cotton traditionally does not have parenchyma and actually has low fermentation embedded in it. So it's not naturally adapted to waterlogging. A complex stress because it not only affects the plant but actually affects the soil environment, and we can see the impacts of waterlogging persisting in the soil for up to 2 to 3 years. Our most effective strategy has always been to have very high ridges or beds to overcome this problem. In fact, in my studies, I had to actually knock the beds down to get waterlogging effects in a lot of instances. Again, this was an interesting thing. You know, in the two reports around climate change impacts, ozone's mentioned, and interesting in the research community around cotton is it's not necessarily an area that's been addressed for quite a while. And this is some work that was done by Raja Reddy's colleague, VR Reddy, back in the late 80s, looking at the impacts of ozone. Now, ozone basically is taken up by the plant, impacts photosynthesis because it basically causes toxicity within the cell, and it just causes reductions in photosynthesis. This work showed here that the ozone effect, when they were simulating it, had very big impacts on yield, but it was very much dependent on which region that you were in. I think the message here is that maybe when we're investigating climate change impacts, that we need to go back and have, at least think about what sort of role ozone's playing in these studies, because it does have an impact. Certainly the IPCC recognise that. In starting to wind up my presentation, I really wanted to just emphasise the importance of understanding the interactive effects of CO2 on temperature. And this study here was our field study where we elevate temperature, we elevate CO2, and these are 2 years of studies where basically when you elevate temperature at ambient CO2, your biomass goes down. You can see that the dark area there, which represents the lint yield, is also small relative to the amount of growth that's there. But if we even go back and we then elevate CO2, we get increases in biomass, but that reproductive ratio doesn't fix itself up. So we still get not much yield even when we elevate the CO2. Excuse me. And the reasons for that have been mentioned this morning, poor retention as a result of the high temperatures. But what we see is this sort of cascading effect where we lose the fruit, the vegetative biomass goes rank and grows more, and we tend to lose more fruit, and water use efficiency and everything goes out the back door. So very important when we're doing these studies to understand the interactive effects, because they can have consequences. When we think about water use, and these are some controlled environment studies, at nice temperatures, we add CO2, we get improvements in water use efficiency, add high temperatures, and all those beneficial effects go away. So I would contend that elevated CO2 is certainly not the panacea that we were looking for in terms of solving and helping with climate change impacts into the future. This one definitely is a complicated slide, and in fact the intent is not to actually go through the detail, is that we've spent as much time trying to understand the things above the ground as below the ground in terms of the impacts of elevated CO2 and temperature. Really here, I just wanted to show that the fact that there's not dashes here showing that there's no impacts, that when we were doing these studies, we've actually found that changes in nitrifying bacteria have resulted from the climate change impacts. Now, whether that's a result of the direct impacts on the soil or the feedbacks from the way the plants have grown is still yet to be found, but it's an important consideration when you're undertaking these studies. And the slide here really, again, the point being with these things here is that the legacy effects, when you start to think about these things in a longer term and a feedback sense in the complex biological system, when we were generating plant material or residue from elevated CO2 and elevated temperature, that material had less nitrogen in it. And then when you incorporated that residue back into the soil, the following season, we had to actually apply more fertiliser, or some of the crops were actually deficient as a result of the residue being very different. So notwithstanding that, we need to think about the feedbacks and the longer term effects of these climate change impacts to really understand what impacts they're having on our system. So winding up, I'm not going to go through some of these details. I refer to you to a sponsored report that the ICAC gave me the privilege of leading a number of years back that goes through these things in detail. But harness the understanding of climate variability and change, look over the fence, the Australian expression, to see what others are doing, to learn from that. We obviously need to increase and maintain yields, get better returns, get production efficiencies working, develop adaptive management practices, things that are actually not the average, but actually react, and that requires monitoring. It's been mentioned, systems-based approaches, and notwithstanding that, we need to consider the whole value chain and how those things can work together and assess where we can go forward. And as I said, the important thing is that we must consider the interactive effects of climate change when we're undertaking this. Worldwide we need to do this, but we need to actually understand the subtleties at the regional level, because they can be important, and never always do this in the context. And I think that was one of the chap from Mozambique actually mentioned this morning about the sort of broader policy and social issues that go along with these, because sometimes what a government does is much stronger and much more effective than what physiology can do in agronomy. So thank you, Keshav. Appreciate that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Banj. That was a brilliant presentation. I loved it. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, the next three presenters. I mean, so far we heard 4 presentations. These 4 presentations dealt with agronomy and with crop production practices, and on plant breeding for climate resilience. Just now you heard Dr. Michael Banj on the physiological aspects. The next 3 speakers are actually proponents and practitioners of this science of climate change. So it would be really interesting. And I now invite Mr. Mahesh Ramakrishnan to please come over. I'm delighted to introduce Mr. Mahesh, whom I've known for several years now. So thank you, Mahesh, for accepting our invitation. And just to let you know that Mr. Mahesh authored it's a manual on organic cotton, but also on organic agriculture. It relates to it. It's actually one of the most useful manuals that is available in public domain. Mr. Mahesh Ramakrishnan has 25 years of experience in sustainable cotton sourcing. He has played a pivotal role in establishing and implementing cotton farming standards across Southeast Asia and Africa. As the Vice President of Sustainability for Cotton BU at Olam Agri in West Africa since September 2020, he specializes in climate resilient farming practices, soil health, and improving livelihoods for smallholder farmers. While, like I mentioned, he says it is co-authored, but I know he authored the manual on organic cotton. And his contributions to the industry organizations like BCI and Textile Exchange has been exemplary. So, Mr. Mahesh, please.
Thank you, Dr. Keshav, for this introduction. On the onset, I would like to thank ICAC for giving us the opportunity to share the experience of Olam in implementing climate resilient farming practice. So before I go into my presentation, I would like to give a brief introduction about Olam Agri, who we are and what we are doing. Olam is the second largest cotton merchant, which is doing trade of around 1.7 million tons and having a leadership position in Africa. We almost are doing a market share of 30% in Africa. We started the integrated ginning program in West Africa in 2008, where we acquired a stake in LCC, which was again through our subsidiary SECO, and it is now 15 years journey which we started in Côte d'Ivoire. 5 years back we acquired a stake in CTSN, so we have a majority stake now in CTSN, and since 2018 we are working in Chad. In 2020 we acquired a stake in NSCT Togo, and for last 3 years we are working with the farmers in Togo as well. So all this put together, we have almost more than 400,000 hectares of cotton area. We work with more than 180,000 farmers and have a lin production capacity of nearly 150,000 metric ton. So having said that, challenges are different, and it's a different experience where you are connecting with the farmers, ensuring the full traceability is there, and bringing that cotton into the marketplace where there is a big demand for a traceable and sustainable cotton. Now coming to the cotton's environmental sustainability and governance concerns, conventional cotton production is characterized by interconnected environmental and socio-economic challenges that threatens the sector's sustainability. So if you see, we are talking about the environmental challenges wherein we have excessive use of inputs when it comes to pesticide. Farmers are using fertilizers to get more production but are finding difficult to really cope with the amount of fertilizer that they're using. Is leading to acidification and not helping them to improve the yield. Also, there are issues around water. Many farmers in area where we are operational, it's 100% rain-fed, but cotton growing across the world, there is almost like 30% where irrigation is also applied, and it has a detrimental effect. Coming to the socio-economic challenges, key issues faced by the farmers and community is around poor working conditions related to child labor issues, gender, where farmers are finding difficult because labor is becoming scarce day by day. So family has to get involved in the farming operations, and this is something where we really need to work with them. Creating awareness, high indebtedness because of the inputs that the farmers are using in conventional farming practices, low income and microeconomic conditions related to the global market volatility which exists, and also the gender issues which are there. Now talking about the integrated ginning model and SECO, which I have mentioned. So before that, I would like to give a brief introduction as to how in Côte d'Ivoire the cotton production is structured. There is a strong support from the government through CCR, which helps to regulate the whole cotton business, wherein we have intergovernmental bodies like Intercotton, FIRCA, and also the association of the sector. So we have APROCOT, which represents the ginners, which operates in Côte d'Ivoire. We have FPC in Côte d'Ivoire, which is the Farmer Federation. We have ATCI, which is the Oil Millers Association, and also the APROTEX, which is again government-owned 2 textile mills which exist. In Côte d'Ivoire, we have almost 475,000 hectares of cotton area, with a lint production capacity of 225,000 metric ton. We have average lint yield of 474 kg per hectare. And there are 5 ginners who are operational in Côte d'Ivoire. We have Ivo Cotton, we have COIC, we have CIDT, SECO, and Global Cotton. SECO has 22% market share in Côte d'Ivoire. And all this cotton program in Côte d'Ivoire is concentrated in central to the northern part, wherein there are 14 zones, and in which SECO is operational in zone 6 and 17. So this zoning concept came in 2018-19 in Côte d'Ivoire. Now talking about SECO's outreach program, we provide the full extension service, we provide inputs to the farmers, we are using digital solutions to ensure that what work we are doing with each and every farmer is getting recorded, and basis that we are also tracking the cotton area that they are growing through GPS measurements. We are providing them with agri inputs. We source the inputs for them, which are again based on the sustainable standards which are permitted. We ensure that no chemicals are used which are banned as per the Stockholm or Rotterdam Convention. We do the ginning of the cotton that the farmers produce, and we have 2 ginning facilities which are located in Wonglo and in Ferke, which has a capacity to process almost 101,000 metric ton of seed cotton, which generates almost 45,000 metric ton lint. We are working with almost 102,000 hectares of cotton area, which is produced by almost 22,000 farmers. And all these farmers are formed in the cooperative, the OP as we call them. Now in this journey, we also, after the cotton is produced, it needs to be traded. And we have a traceable solution which is at Source Plus, which gives the end mile connectivity starting from the farm gate till the cotton which is shipped to our customer, who is a spinner based in Southeast Asia, where we are supplying most of this cotton. In this entire journey, we are not alone. We have partners. We have IFC, which is helping us in implementing good agriculture practices, supporting us in erosion management challenges which our farmers are facing. They are also helping us to strengthen the cooperative structure in the cotton production areas. We partner with Cotton Made in Africa through ABFT. We get a lot of support on social fundings. related to health, education, clean drinking water for our communities. We have Africa Cotton Foundation, which is helping us to implement programs which is taking us to the next level where we are talking about the region agri practices. GIZ through the Sub-Sahara Sustainable Cotton Initiative are also partnering with us, and we have Solidaridad which is helping us to implement the SSCP project. Similarly, we have Rescue, so there are many partners with whom we are working, and now with the GIZ program we will be having ICAC and CIRAD contributing to help the soil health, botanicals that the farmers can use, and also on the seed improvement program. Now talking about the outreach which we have, what we have observed is that advocating for nature positive agriculture and equipping farmers to implement more sustainable farming practices, what we have seen is there are challenges what farmers are experiencing in last 5 years related to climate change is increased and unseasonal rainfall and extended dry spell which the farmers are facing. The soil texture as well as the fertility is worsening. There is a lot of outbreak of pest and disease. 21-22 was a year when farmers faced the new species of jacid in Western Africa by the name Bigitula, and it created a havoc. Almost 50% of yield was lost and farmers were really in distress. So again, it is attributed to poor soil health. If farmers have seen it for themselves that if the soil is good, they can really create an impact. There is also increase in weeds, and also they are seeing that reduction and vanishing of the earthworms. So to overcome these challenges, where we are focusing, and in a layman's term, so this is a depiction of how the soil is, which we are not able to see. And all this soil is having living plant roots, bacteria, fungi, protozoa, you can see earthworms, which ensures the health of the soil. If your soil is healthy, the plant can easily get almost 232,000 liters of water, which is sufficient for producing a good crop. And also, because if the soil is healthy, the root systems can also penetrate down. Since we are doing farming in rain-fed area, it is all dependent on weather rain, and in area where we are operational, we get almost 800 to 1000 millimeter of precipitation. SECO has a target where we are working with farmers on yield improvement. So our current baseline is around 475 kg of lint per hectare, which we want to take to 588 kg lint per hectare by 26-27, and by 29-30 we want to achieve almost 672 kg lint per hectare. Now these are the challenges which currently we have. Soil fertility is a big concern. We have climate change issues, we have labor, plant population, and planting seed. Talking about soil health, in 2020 we started with the soil testing so that we can map how the soil health is in our region. As on date, we have done almost 5,000 soil samples which we have tested, and what we found that the soil organic carbon is at 0.2. What we are intending to do is how we can reach to 1%, which can really help to improve the soil health. Basis this soil test report, we are also suggesting the fertilizer recommendation that needs to be adopted. It cannot be a blanket recommendation based on your geography, on your location, based on the soil health, how things can be improved. That is what we are promoting. Erosion was one of the major concerns. In Africa, what we have seen, there are days when you can get rainfall up to 200 millimeter in one day, and it creates a lot of runoff. And when you are doing extensive plowing for farming, the topsoil is not covered, and it washes away the topsoil. To overcome that challenge, we are working with IFC. They are training our farmers as well as our team on erosion management. We are using techniques like stone bunding, earth bunding, vegetalization, and also on the soil moisture. It helps to improve the soil moisture conservation. And we are promoting the contour plowing, which also ensures that the topsoil is retained instead of washing away. Second very critical thing is on the seed part. Till 2020, our farmers were using up to R6 generation seed. Now with our dedicated effort on seed improvement and working closely with CNRA, which is our research institute on cotton, we are ensuring that 100% of the seed which our farmers are going to get is R1, R2. And what we are trying to ensure is that how we can retain a plant population of at least 75,000 plants per hectare. The ideal plant population based on the sowing which our farmers do is around 83,333 plants per hectare. Now to retain 75,000 plants per hectare, we have to ensure that the seeds are treated properly, the agronomic practices related to proper management needs to be ensured, and also the erosion challenges have to be addressed. And also we are identifying and working with CNRA, and going forward I think with CIRAD also we will have partnership wherein we will identify drought tolerant varieties which can perform well in such conditions where we are operational. Mechanization again is very key, because what we are observing is labor availability is becoming scarce day by day, and farmers are having big challenges with the availability of labor. So how we can overcome this labor challenges is through mechanization. It's not just machine-based mechanization which we are promoting. We are also focusing on oxen, a hybrid between machine as well as power tiller. As I'm speaking, 80% of our area is now oxen-based plowing. 18% we have almost tractor-based plowing, and 1 or 2% we are introducing power tillers. And these all tilling practices are going to be based on the conservation tillage principles. Another critical aspect to ensure how we can achieve this yield is on the canopy management. I think we heard speakers talking about it. So timely thinning is very critical, because our farmers mostly use fuzzy seed, and when they plant, in one pocket they will have at least 5 or 10 seeds. So once the seedling comes out, the healthy seeds you have to ensure that are retained and the remainings are thinned. It takes 75 to 80 days after sowing to remove the monopodial branches. Again, this ensures that proper light is reaching, aeration is there, which will help to ensure that the ball formation and fruiting takes place. And application of PGR after 75 days of germination. Last but not the least is our effort since 2020 on Regen Agri. We are ensuring that the region principles are being adopted and followed by our farmers in terms of minimum till agroforestry, cover crops, composting, crop rotation, weed management, as well as managing the livestock which they have. So you can see some of the practices, good practices which our farmers are adopting. This helps to really ensure that the pest infestation is under control. The biodiversity within the field ensures there is a balance in the ecosystem and things are taken care of. And also we promote rotating the crop with a nitrogen fixing legume, which really helps to improve the soil fertility and can help to reduce the usage of synthetic fertilizers. Biochar is another climate resilient practice which we are going to introduce from this year. Already the testing has happened, and there are a few techniques which we have identified. And what we have found is for our area and for smallholder farmers, the artisan technique of Contiki open pit is one which can work very well. Cost-wise, it is very effective. It's just $20 investment. And in one day, a farmer can produce almost 1 ton of biochar, which he can apply per acre. So these are certain nature-positive actions to regenerate soil and ecosystem, which we are adopting in SECO for last 3 to 4 years. And as I speak, we have trained almost 7,350 farmers on erosion management. 80% of our area is plowed using oxen. This year we are piloting 100 hectares of area using biochar to evaluate and see how it performs. As I mentioned, our soils are acidic, so it really helps to improve yield. And what Dr. Kranti had mentioned, that initially in such acidic soil you can see up to 20% of yield improvement. So we will be sharing some good news maybe in the next campaign. Our farmers also harvest rainwater because they have to ensure that for spraying of pesticides, they don't have groundwater available which they can use. So they harvest rainwater and use that water for spraying activities. On an average, they have 4 to 5 rounds of spraying that they need to do. We also do a lot of tree plantation, which is being carried out as part of agroforestry. So there are forest trees as well as fruit trees which are getting promoted. We are partnering with the forest department in Côte d'Ivoire and getting it implemented. We have also trained 1,500 farmers with the support of ACF funding on how to make enriched compost, on biochar, and all those programs that we are doing. So talking about regen agriculture, basically the idea is to restore and enhance the soil health and fertility while promoting biodiversity and mitigating climate change, regenerating and improving the ecosystem and creating resilient farming practices that can help to improve the livelihood of the farmers. The benefits that our farmers are going to get is through carbon sequestration, which will help them to really ensure that the soil health is improving and also the soil is kept covered, which can create a microclimate within the soil that can promote, like 1 teaspoon, I said 100 million to 1 billion microorganisms can be found, and that really helps to improve the yield. Also, it secures the yield for the farmers. The quality of the produce will also improve in terms of fiber as well as the food. Resilience to extreme weather events, they can manage it. If the soil is healthy and it can absorb the vagaries of nature, it really helps. It increases the farm profitability. The cost of production will go down as the soil becomes healthy. It automatically generates better yield for the farmers, and also the input requirement goes down. Also, the biodiversity within the farming ecosystem also improves. That has a positive impact. I am happy to announce our effort, which we did in last 3 years, has culminated into SECO being certified as Regen Agri, first Regen certified program in entire Africa, and one of the largest, I can say, in terms of area by a single entity. We have total 256,000 hectares which is certified as Regen. Of that, 102,000 hectares is cotton area. We have a lint production capacity of almost 45,000 metric ton, and our score for Regen has been 88% in the first year. So we have to do a 2% continuous improvement. As Alan was mentioning, Regen is the new black. But this new black has to be with science-based target, where we really have to prove year on year. And it's not just on papers that you can do. There are third party who are going to come, audit, they will evaluate and see. So with the Farm Cool tool that Regen Agri audited us, our carbon efficiency, or what we can say as our emissions factor, has been derived as 0.63 when you compare it with the conventional cotton production globally, which is at around 1.42. So our target or mission to become net zero by 2026, I think, is on track. And by 2030, we want to become carbon positive. With that, I would like to conclude and open for any questions. Thank you.
Congratulations, Mr. Mahesh, for the excellent leadership and also for being the first company to be certified. So congratulations. Our next speaker is Mr. Ganesh Babu Krishnappa. I'd like to invite him over. Mr. Ganesh Babu Krishnappa is an INSEAD alumnus with over 20 years of experience. He specializes in P&L management, sustainable agriculture, carbon market development, and business turnaround. He's currently working at Bhumitra and is responsible for APAC and African SBUs, and has onboarded over 110,000 smallholder farmers into the Bhumitra's carbon platform in India and Africa, while also working on building the technology center in India. Sir, please.
Thank you so much, Keshavji. I would like to thank ICAC for giving us this opportunity. So first, I'll give a brief about Bhumitra. Bhumitra runs international soil carbon market, wherein we sell carbon credits to the Fortune 500 companies who wants to offset their emissions, and we in turn incentivize farmers and landowners worldwide. So as you go into the presentation, as you know, we all believe that climate change is real and it's here and now. So one of the victims of climate change is a smallholder farmer who not only needs to adapt to climate change, but he also needs to be part of the mitigation. So one of the things that the smallholder farmer is not getting is he's always paid for the output. He's not paid for the process, right? So that's something, like one of our friends from Mozambique said, there is a social cause for all these, How can we improve this? How can we get carbon finance to farmers so that they can be self-sustainable, right? It cannot be just 1 year or 2 years. It has to be self-sustainable. So what we promote is carbon farming is the farmer's newest crop, right? So apart from whatever he's doing, be it cotton, be it anything, so we want him to start doing carbon farming. He needs to sequester carbon, and we've seen lots of presentations in the last couple of days. What are things that can make this happen? But we should also start getting him that finance for him to become self-sustainable, right? So before I get into the process of this, everyone knows about this, but I'll just give a quick run through. Carbon removal. What is carbon removal? So removing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, right? What is carbon avoidance? You're avoiding carbon dioxide, release of carbon dioxide or greenhouse gas emissions. What is a carbon credit? It is 1 ton of carbon dioxide equivalent is a carbon credit. Now there are carbon removal credits and avoidance credits, right? So removal credits are normally higher than avoidance credits. So good thing is cotton industry can benefit from both because they have action of agriculture as well as they have factories that can increase efficiencies to avoid carbon, right? So the next thing is additionality. So one of the key things for carbon projects is to get additionality. How do you prove additionality? It is not a business as usual scenario, but these projects needs to prove additionality. Be it like Olam just showcased what are the things that they're doing, like no-till or interventions that they are doing. So we need to prove that additionality. And the next most important thing is permanence. So how do we ensure that the carbon that we have sequestered stays in the ground and for a longer time? So these projects are typically at least 20 years to 40 years, and the carbon needs to be inside the soil for more than 100 years. So that is the kind of projects, there's a kind of requirement that the standard body expects when we run these projects. Right? Then obviously there is compliance market, which is regulated by the government, wherein all these carbon credits are contributed to the NDCs, right? And there is a voluntary carbon market. So voluntary market is where the players, as the name suggests, the people are voluntarily coming and buying these carbon credits. The organizations, be it companies, be it individuals. There is a lot of fancy things that's going to happen in the next few years. Is going to be individuals are going to buy carbon credits. For example, if somebody is getting married, they want to get their marriage carbon neutralized. So they're going to buy carbon credits, right? So a lot of things are going to happen as you go forward. And this market is growing at a very phenomenal speed, and we are expecting a 50 billion by 2030. Right, so what is the problem in the carbon market, especially in the agri side of the carbon market? So farm size, and smallholder farmers is one of the big challenge. We need to get each and every smallholder farmers into our platform that's a big problem. Second thing is transparency of information, and MRV, measure, report, verify is a big challenge. Getting that for a project proponent is a big challenge. And third thing is measuring soil organic carbon is expensive, and and it is time consuming. So let me first get through what is a project cycle, right? So whenever you create a project, you first need to choose a methodology. there are lots of project developers, there are lots of standard bodies which have these methodologies. You need to choose, for example, if you are in a biochar, you need to choose a biochar methodology. If you are doing good agricultural practices, you need to get, from Vera there is a project methodology called VM0042, which is agricultural land use management. So you need to choose which methodology that you have to go through. And the second thing that you need to do is list this project under the standards body. So once you list this project, then the third thing is to validate this project. So this is where most of the projects fail, right? So the important factor is you need the UNFCCC certified standards body and a VVB, that's validation verification body, who audits your validation, right? They go through a very rigorous process of validation. So they go through what technology, if we are into remote sensing, they go through what kind of technology they're in. We need to open the code, source code, and give it to them so that they can go through all these things. So it's very important that the project gets validated, and they validate the process. What kind of agricultural practices you're doing, what kind of sequestration you're doing. So they go through all these under the validation stage. Once the validated, then you have to get it verified. So how the verification happens, then they verify for the greenhouse gas emissions, what is the reduction GHGs. They go to their farms, interview farmers, interview partners, and ensure that whatever we have written and it is happening on the ground. So they do all these kind of verifications. Once verification is done, then the project, then the standards body issues the credits. So this is a typical project cycle. Normally, this project cycle should take about 14 to 16 months, depending upon what kind of methodology you have chosen. Right? So now, so this is where all your project cycle happens, but even before that, right, you guys are already working with your farmers on good agricultural practice or climate smart agriculture, whatever you call, right? So you're already doing that. Now that is the first, if you see the number of people that are involved in this, first is a farmer, then a partner can be an NGO, it can be an organization, it can be a FPO, it can be anybody, right, who are working with farmers directly on the ground, right? So the stakeholders are farmers, partners, then there's project proponent like us, then there is a technology company. If you don't have technology, then there's a technology company. Then there's organizations who the standards body where we go for the methodology. Then you have the VVBs who audits. Then you have the customers who buys. So putting all these together is a project proponent's major task. So this is how we run this project. So this is how the business model works. So farmers and partners adopt good agricultural practices. These agricultural practices are then measured and quantify the soil carbon increase. Then we get it validated through leading standards body. Then the standards body issues the credits. Then these credits are then sold to the customers. And once we get the money, then the money goes back to the farmers. So this is the cycle that normally happens. Now this is one typical carbon pilot results. We have about 16 farms that we have taken, and between 0.5 to around 2 acres farms. So we have seen increases around, from 0.5 to 1.5 tons increase in soil carbon. And if you put it against a time scale for one of the farm, this is how it looks. And we can see these increases. You can see that this is the biggest increase that we had. So this is about 6.7 tons over 2 years with 1.7 acres. Right. So what are the key findings and recommendations? So carbon sequestration, agriculture sector has a substantial carbon sequestration potential. Everybody knows it. The only thing that we need to do is we need to ensure there is proper MRV for this process and a cost-effective MRV for this process, right? Second important thing is how do we engage the community to be part of this project? That's the most important part. There's so many stakeholders. How do you get this engagement done, right? The third thing is policy, right? So every country should develop their own policy framework. India is in the process of developing. There's so many countries that's already developed. But yeah, we are getting to the first phase. We have a draft framework that's there, but yeah, in the next few months or within a year, we should have a proper framework that determines in India on these policies. So this becomes very important. And next other thing is, how do we localize these methodologies? So that's a challenge. You know, once the standard bodies have these methodologies, they are very global, right? So how do we, existing methodologies only account to the unique way of doing, but for each country has its own complexities. Each country has its own way of looking. So how can we make this methodologies a little bit more localization? So we are working with the standards body to see what more we can bring in for country-specific things, right? Apart from that, capacity building is the most important part, right? Like we said, the social cause, the capacity building is needed for how can everyone know about the carbon farming, the carbon finance, and access to carbon finance is going to be a very important factor to get this through, right? So these leads to the solution. So the problem we had in the start is technology solves most of the problems. If you have a technology that can scale. So for us, remote sensing played a very important role. What we could do was with remote sensing, we could scale the projects very quickly, and we could get farmers from 0.5 acres to a 100,000 acre ranch. It doesn't matter, we can bring everybody into this ecosystem, right? So, and have a transparent MRV system, and smallholder farmers are part of this solution, right? So normally, smaller farmers are ignored in this project because we need higher acreages to get the numbers. But how can we get smallholder farmers is through technology, it is possible. Sorry. Okay. So this is not to promote Bhumitra, but to create a benchmark for you guys to understand where project proponents should stand, right? So transparency. One of the key things why Bhumitra is transparency. We have created a dashboard wherein our buyers can see for the credits they have bought, how much has gone to the farmers, right? So that's a very important transparency that you can give. See, what happens here is most of the project proponents before technology, they work with the farmers, but they do not say what price they're selling it. There is no transparency in the system. You just pay it and they're done. Farmers get some money and they're okay with it. No, right now there is a need for transparency, right? This plays a very important role, right? And the second very important is the majority of the revenue goes to the farmers and landowners. This is a paradigm shift because we are not talking about profit sharing. We are talking about revenue generated by carbon credits, right? So majority in the sense, I'm talking about like 75% literally going back to the communities, farming and its communities. So that is the amount of, that's why Bhumitra plays a very important role. And third thing is inclusivity. We can onboard a 0.5 acre farm or a 100,000 acre farm. For us, with technology, we're able to do that. That's one of our biggest USP. And we are always standards based. We don't have our own credits. We don't create our own credits. We use standards like Vera, social carbon, or in future gold standards, whichever is needed. We only go through all these leading standards body to create these credits. Only then it becomes a quality credits. Right? So this is important. So that's what Bhumitra gives as part of this. So quickly about Bhumitra, in a couple of slides. We have 5 million acres in our platform today, as we speak. We have 150,000 farmers. We are mainly focused on the global south. We are in 4 continents. We already have sequestered 10 million credits, removal credits. We have 6 projects. One in, the first project is in Mexico, 2 in India. We have 1 in South America and 2 in East Africa, mainly Kenya. Apart from various awards and accelerators with UN World Food Programme and World Economic Forum, so we have been recently won the Earthshot Prize for Fix the Climate category from the Royal Foundation, Prince Williams. So this is about us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ganesh Prabhu. That was a great presentation, and keep up the good initiatives of rewarding carbon credits. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the next presenter is Mr. Rajiv Barua. Rajiv, you may please come, and I'm actually delighted to introduce Mr. Rajiv Barua to you. He's a well-known figure in India and is a pioneering personality in the organic cotton movement and sustainable cotton initiatives in India. With a 30-year career in cotton, he actively collaborates with the global cotton research communities to promote education and best practices for farmers, emphasizing the need for collaborative efforts to drive real change in farming. Rajiv is currently serving as the Global Agronomic Lead for Primark's Sustainable Cotton Program, which reflects his dedication to sustainable agriculture. And I would like to add just one sentence about Rajiv. I've known him for 15, 20 years now, but I've always known him as a very keen learner, never hesitates to ask questions, never hesitates to learn. So he's not just a learner, he's a great teacher and a great friend. So Rajiv, please go ahead.
Thank you, Keshav. Thank you, ICAC, for this invitation. Dear friends, great to be here and to have this opportunity to present the topic that you gave me. I hope I can stick to it, which is regenerative agriculture, zero budget natural farming, and organic cotton. Do they combat climate change? So that's my topic, and for our overseas guests, zero budget natural farming is gaining a lot of popularity in India. We have a state of Andhra Pradesh which is virtually 100% under zero budget natural farming. So I think I'd like to start with, I know for the scientific community what I'm saying, they probably already know it, but I think it's good that we start with carbon or the carbon dynamics. And well, as we all know, carbon is the most important component in our lives. And the energy stored in carbon bonds is used by living organisms to carry out metabolic processes, including growth, reproduction, and movement. On an average, living organisms are composed of 50% carbon on a dry weight basis, which means that if you remove the water from any living organism, 50% of that would be carbon. So that's the critical role that carbon plays, and I think it's just good to put it in perspective, looking at the climate change and the carbon issues that we are facing. Now, again, for people from the research, they already know this, but photosynthesis is something that we probably learned in secondary school. A very simple definition is the process by which plant makes its own food. And to do so, it needs light from the sun, carbon dioxide from the air, water transported by the plant from the soil, and chloroplasts, which are actually like solar panels, which is where the photosynthesis takes place. This is such an important activity. We rely on it every day. Now, thank you, Keshav, for this excellent illustration. I think it's really important for us to understand that by human activities, we're actually generating about 9 gigatons of carbon in the atmosphere. And out of that, plants are, we sequester 123, but 120 goes back. So 3 goes back into the soil. Similarly, oceans sequester 92, but 90 goes back. So 4, the figure in red is 4, and I want you to keep this 4 gigatons in mind because I'm going to come back to it later. I'm not going to, I mean, the previous speaker, Michael, also mentioned about the massive increase in CO2 levels, and especially since, you know, the start of the Industrial Revolution. So we know this. The last 60 years has seen a very accelerated increase in CO2. Now, I just want to leave a small calculation with you that 1 parts per million of carbon dioxide is equivalent to 2.12 gigaton of carbon. So that's the link between carbon dioxide and carbon. Now, we've been talking mainly about carbon dioxide, but there are other gases also which are of concern, and they are mainly methane, nitrous oxide, fluorocarbons, and I mean, this is a very nice picture, again, taken from one of the ICAC presentations, how it really describes well as to what is happening with the greenhouse gas effect and how the heat is actually trapped and takes it back to the soil. So, you know, plant breeders are grappling with it. We are all grappling with the increase in temperature. Now, very quickly, just to understand carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxide. Methane is 25 times more, the global warming potential is 25 times more than carbon dioxide. And nitrous oxide, which, you know, since we are working in the field of agriculture, is 300 times, the greenhouse gas warming potential is 300 times more than carbon dioxide. But if you look at the second graph, or the second pie chart, of course, carbon dioxide occupies center stage in terms of the greenhouse gas emissions. Now, very quickly looking at, I mean, a lot of you know this. Some people say that agriculture is contributing 18%, some people say it's 25%, but let's not get worried into the figures. But the fact is that soils, crop burning is actually adding to the greenhouse gas emissions, and crop burning is about 1.77 gigatons of carbon dioxide equivalent. That's what crop burning is actually contributing to. It may not be a problem in developed countries, but certainly in a country like India, it's something that we are concerned about. Now, the question is, how do we reach zero emissions? So by capturing, can we capture and sequester 4 gigatons of carbon each year? And, you know, I mentioned to you, just remember the word 4. Now, soils have an enormous potential for carbon storage. The world's soils contain 2 to 3 times more carbon dioxide than the atmosphere. And if this level of carbon stored in the soils in the topsoil could be increased by 0.04 or 4% each year, we'll have a substantial decrease in carbon dioxide. And I would also like to tell you about the 4 per thousand initiative, which was came up in COP21 in 2015. Please, those of you who haven't seen it, please look at the website, and you know, one could commit. And these are normative targets which have been fixed for carbon sequestration and adding soil organic carbon into the soils. And you know, I remember what the morning's presenter was talking about, the carbon tunnel vision, and I think we need to come to the soil organic carbon from a yield perspective, from a soil health perspective, and then the spin-off could be the carbon trading and you know, the rest of the things that follow. Now, mitigation, I mean, there are basically 2 strategies. One is mitigation and one is curtailing. Yesterday, the speaker from Pratibha spoke a lot about the measures which are being taken by the industry to reduce carbon dioxide. But I think we have to be concerned about how do we enhance the carbon sequestration and how do we fix it and capture it into the soil. So now comes the real part. I mean, I had to give you the background of those slides to put the work on zero budget, organic and regenerative agriculture into perspective. Now, this is, again, I'm coming back to the 4 gigatons. So agriculture can combat change, we know it, but we need to adopt practices with a multifaceted approach, and we need to have innovative land management practices. And when we say we mean farmers. And I read a book recently, it says, farmers have the earth in their hands, and that's absolutely true. So, I mean, this is a calculation that if the global arable land is 1.5 billion hectares, if we can capture 2.67 tons of carbon per hectare, that's 4 gigatons. That's about what is being released in the atmosphere year on year. Now, I was quite bold when I read this piece. Thank you, ICAC, for presenting it. The cotton sequesters carbon, and Mr. Suresh Kotak on day one spoke about it. I want to talk a little bit about it. I mean, I'm not going to read out all the figures, but the fact is that carbon is a crop that sequesters carbon. You can look at the figures. The issue actually, well, it's not an issue. Biogenic sequestration has not been considered by a lot of LCA studies because of the difficulties in measuring the biogenic sequestration. But we know, and I'm sure maybe as science advances and technology advances, probably we will have more on the biogenic sequestration, which is the natural process of the cotton crop to capture carbon dioxide. And here are the figures of between fibers, seeds, stalks, and roots. We've been talking about biochar, where we are going to be talking more about the cotton stalks. Already people have discussed in the previous presentation about the biochar. Now, let's look at the key pillars of regenerative, zero-budget natural farming and organic, and see how they capture or how they sequester carbon. Now, before going into that, I'd like to tell you the pioneers. So Albert Howard, Masanobu Fukuoka, Alan Savory, and Subhash Palekar. Subhash Palekar is very much around. I don't know how old he is, but he's really active. So these were the people who were the forerunners of the movement. Albert Howard actually worked in Indore in a government farm, and he was one of the forerunners of the organic movement globally. And the Indore method of composting is quite well known. I live very close to Indore, so I'm just highlighting that. Okay, now these are the pillars of regenerative agriculture. On the opening day, Alan mentioned about 22 practices, and very rightly he said that farmers are not interested in the principles, they are interested in the practices. Of course, they look very nice, and again, a very nice image which Keshav has drawn, but there are a lot of challenges in implementing that. I'm not going to go into the details of that at the moment. Now, let's look at, yesterday we were in a presentation and there was a gentleman asking that why are fashion retailers and brands pushing cotton projects and initiatives towards regenerative agriculture. So I just thought that this is something that we should really make a note of, that this data is actually from 229 journal articles where the term regenerative agriculture has been used increasingly in the scholarly literature over time, and a huge surge in publications between 2015 and 2019. So it's not just the fashion retailers and brands. I'm glad they are pushing us, they are setting the agenda, but actually it's the need of the hour, and there's a considerable amount of research that's happening on this front. Now, I'm not trying to be biased towards any of my ideas to present all the 4 systems, and then you can take a decision. Now, let's look at the pillars of zero-budget farming. It talks about zero-till, it talks about rotation, it talks about biopesticides. And there was a recent report by GSIT Impact on the project in Andhra Pradesh, which talks about 44% reduction in input costs. So I was at a workshop where this report was presented, so I'm just sharing that with you. Now let's look at the pillars of organic agriculture, and I know Keshav mentioned it yesterday that it is about replacing chemical fertilizers by natural fertilizers. But at a practice level, and I'm very proud that I was one of the co-contributors to the Organic Cotton Training Manual, which is a great piece of work that was done by Feeble, and I was very happy to contribute. So you can see that they're talking about intercropping, they're talking about natural hedges, minimum tillage. So there are a lot of similarities between the practices. Now, I just thought it could be interesting to look at the different practices, and so I just put the color green and yellow. Green is explicit, yellow is sort of implicit, which doesn't mean that it stops any of the practitioners from any of the farming systems to adopt or follow any of the practices. Now, this is another report which I was introduced to by Dr. Kranti, and this is actually a meta-analysis of reports which gives you the soil organic carbon accumulation rates of individual farming practices, and each point represents one study. So this is a study by, it's available, it's an open source study. I can share the links with you. Now, in the next couple of slides, I'm going to look at some of the key practices: fertilizer reduction, zero tillage, cover crops, and their potential to sequester carbon. Now, reduction of synthetic fertilizers can greatly mitigate GHGs emissions associated with agricultural production. Now, this talks about partial substitution, full substitution of fertilizers, and I have to say, in one of the reports that I was reading, Dr. Ratanlal quoted a study by Oldfield, which he said that soil organic carbon increase from 0.05 to 1% could reduce nitrogen fertilizers by 50% at an input rate of above 50 kilos of nitrogen per hectare. Now, let me just put it out there. Fertilizer imbalance is really a big issue in India. This morning I was talking to Dr. Keita Haig, and he was at some cotton farms, and he says, I could see excess nitrogen. And there was a parliamentary committee report which says that the ratio of NPK in India is 4:2:1, whereas crops like cotton, wheat, sugarcane, paddy, potatoes, etc. are actually 6.7 to 2.4:1. Okay, I'm getting there. So now, cover crops. It's the powerhouse of capture, and this is again a meta-analysis study derived from 139 plots at 37 sites, found a correlation between the time the cover crops were introduced into crop rotation with an annual accumulation rate of 320 kilos of carbon per hectare. So this is based on some 54 years of observation. So again, huge potential. Is it easy to do it in India? With the kind of farming system we have, the kind of fallow period we have, it's going to be a challenge, but we'll have to look at things like improved fallow, and there is a chance we have to work together. We have to find, like the HDPS, like what Dr. Prasad presented on, what they are doing with the HDPS. We have to find ways and means of how regenerative practices can be taken up under public-private partnerships, demonstrations, etc., etc. Now, conservation agriculture, we all know about it, huge potential. I think, Keshav, this morning you opened up the session today by the potential, and you mentioned about the COP28, huge potential. And let me just tell you that conservation agriculture came out of a result of the Dust Bowl in the US and Canada in the 1930s and 40s, and it was actually then that the whole conservation agriculture story started. I know modern agriculture is a symbol of the plow, but we have to take a step back and see, and there is a huge potential to reduce tillage in cotton farming. There's a lot of unnecessary soil disturbances going on. Dr. Venu has been, highlighting to us for a long time. Okay. Now, Again, Mr. Kotak on the day one spoke about biochar. Dr. Kranti spoke about it. Already speakers behind me spoke about it. I just want to give you some very quick facts about the potential for India. Now, I'm looking at 3 tons of cotton stalks by hectare. This morning, Dr. Prasad actually mentioned 24, but let's not get into the semantics. Let's look at the potential. And cotton stalks is a crop residue which cannot be fed to cattle. So we have to be careful. There are other crop residues which are fed to cattle. So converting them into biochar may not be a very good idea. And the other thing I wanted to say is that it is a negative carbon emission technology. It can be implemented rapidly at scale using plant photosynthesis to perform carbon dioxide removal. And there's a huge potential in the tropical and subtropical countries, and it's really about locking the carbon long term. So that's the potential of biochar. Okay, so now I just have, I think, 2 more slides. Now that we have the backing of science and research, the question is, how do we scale it up? And let me also just say that most of the research, or all the research papers that I presented, all are happening in the global north. We do not have studies for various reasons. We do not have that studies, and we really need, people to work on cover crop. We need people to give us data. So that's something that's really required. So how do we scale up? Now, I think convincing farmers, and I'm very happy what Dr. Prasad said in the morning, understanding impediments, understanding why farmers are not doing it is actually a big challenge. So I think the biggest question is, how do we put carbon in the soil and keep it there? That needs the maximum amount of work. And we do have science, and we need research in India. I mean, Dr. Venu and I have been discussing about, can we do some trials on biochar, because we have soils which are alkaline. Biochar may add to the alkalinity of soil, but we need to have doses. We need to have package of practices coming out of our research institutes so that we can just go hell for leather for it. Now, the second point, which is very important, which already Ganesh has mentioned to it, how do we demonstrate what has been done? And here we need credible MRV platforms. And I recently attended a webinar, and it says that there are several MRV platforms, but unevenly distributed. They are more in the global north, not so much in the global south. And apparently, I just had the opportunity to see this. The FAO's REC soil program is a great opportunity to bring this together. So let's look at it and let's see what we can do, because end of the day, it's who's going to bell the cat, how are we going to take this knowledge out, what are the mechanisms that we have, what are the existing initiatives that are existing, how can we ride and use them. And last but not the least, I have to talk to you about the Primark Cotton Program. Very briefly, we are currently working with close to 300,000 farmers across India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Turkey. And recently, we've launched a report which says 40% of Primark's cotton clothing units contain cotton that was either organic, recycled, or sourced from our program. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Rajiv. And ladies and gentlemen, like I introduced, Rajiv is a keen learner, but now I can confirm that he is a good professor, he's a good teacher. So I'll call you Professor Rajiv. Thank you.
Well, I have to also tell you that I have no degree in agriculture. I studied anthropology, I worked in the tea plantation, so whatever I present is what I have learned from a lot of eminent people sitting in this room. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rajiv. And I think probably your talk should have been the first because it actually lays a good foundation for the whole thing. So, I mean, ironically, it happened to be the last. So next time I'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Rajiv. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we've got 30 minutes, but then there's a program here. One, we need to take the question and answers. Now that will be probably for about 10-15 minutes for the for the 4 presenters. And then there is one more, which is from the ICAC, we propose topics for the technical seminar for the next plenary session. So as soon as we complete, Mr. Secretary General, I think for the next 10 minutes, we'll go with the Q&A, and then I'll make a presentation. And after that, the distinguished delegates will debate and decide upon, they would actually select the topic for the next technical seminar. I thought in terms of the continuity for their presentations, probably we could go ahead. So therefore, I invited them to the stage. And now their presentations are open for the Q&A sessions. So we'd like to invite questions, please. There's someone there at the last. There are 2 of them, I think, Francisco and I can't see the other gentleman, but please.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Gandhi, it was a brilliant session. All the presentations were great. I'm Sandeep Kapoor from Punjab Agriculture University, and my question is to Bhumitra. We are really very, very keen to address the problem of stubble burning, number 1. And my question to you is briefly, you mentioned that it is a time period of 12 to 14 months before the whole cycle gets completed. How will we go for the benefit of the farmers when the crop is only for 90 days? How do you plan the timing?
Thank you so much. See, the crop is for 90 days, but the process of getting this certified is 14 to 16 months for the first cycle. So once the validation is done, from the second cycle onwards, it's only going to be the verification part, which is going to be less than 6 months. So that's how we are going to do. We have to picture it in a way, structure it in a way that we ensure this carbon finance is available just before the stubble burn starts. So we are working right now in a very small scale in Punjab, but that's a pilot we have started there, one of the pilots. We'll keep you posted on the developments as we go forward.
So the second question is it right that the Government of India has banned carbon credits export? And the second issue is how we can set up the standards for that and which standards to follow. And that's a big confusion.
The government has not yet done anything on carbon credits. They have just given a draft framework right now. And I have been in touch with the Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of Environment. As of now, soil and agriculture will continue to stay in the voluntary carbon market space, and wherein the farmers can benefit from the voluntary prices, and it will not be in the compliance market for now. So this is the information that I can tell you right now, as of now. But once we have a full-fledged carbon, the framework is in place, we can comment much better.
Can someone please pass over the microphone there? Yeah, he's coming there, Francisco.
Thank you. Francisco from Mozambique. Congratulations for the presentations and congratulations to all for the fantastic work that you guys are doing. I have a comment to share and 3 questions. The comment is regarding taxation of carbon. I'm a little bit concerned. It was not referred, I think, in the presentations. it's very good that we have the many governments here. In our region in Africa, I'm a little bit concerned with the level of taxation that some countries are applying, which seems to be counter-cyclical. What we should be doing is to motivate implementation of credits and to ensure the maximum possible transfer of value to the system and to the farmers in particular. So 20% tax seems definitely very high. So that would be one comment. The three questions are, first, perpetuity. How does the model manages or addresses the perpetuity thing? So I assume that the carbon credits is only applicable if you insure it for 50 years or so. So in our environment, particularly in the global south, it's very difficult to insure tomorrow, even less 20 or 50 years ahead. So what is the system ready to address this, and what are the technical answers? That is question one. Question two, according to the experience so far, what is the right value or interval value of the carbon credits which is being applicable to the farmer? So this would be question two. I'm sure there's not one single answer, but at least we could reach an interval. And question three would be, I assume that there's a limitation on the amount of carbon that the farmer can sequester. And assuming a life cycle of 25 years, what happens after the 25th year? Does the revenue stops? Or what is the answer there? Just to understand on the financial point of view, on the model that we need to structure for our small-scale farmers. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. So now for us also it's a first year experience. Now we have the baseline which is ready. Basis the baseline, now we have to show a continuous improvement. And now we qualify in the next campaign for getting the carbon credits. So we have to do it based on the science-based targets. We will be taking services from Regrow, which will do the satellite monitoring, and also there will be level of ground truthing, which will calculate what we are claiming. So basis that only we will know how much credit is getting generated. Now there is another standard when we are talking about biochar. We are participating in the artisan technique, which is again carbon standard based out of Switzerland. They have mentioned that it can be done, and we checked with them already in Côte d'Ivoire. They are working with cotton, not cotton but coconut growers, and already they are certifying and they are getting the credits. So this will be an exercise again which will happen in the coming campaign. So once we have information, we will share.
Yeah. One of the questions you had was what happens when there is, as you said, SOC is not going to be same and it's going to be up and down. So what happens when it goes down? See, standards body have something called buffer. So this buffer plays a very important role to ensure that whenever things go south due to any reasons, it can be severe rainfall that took away the carbon, whatever, it can be any reasons. So there is always buffer. This buffer is decided based on the risk of the project, right? It can range from 5% to 20% of the total credit value. So this will take care of the irregularities, right? And the next question, what was the second question, sorry?
Right value.
Taxation is quite simple, you know. Kenya has in the draft given 20% that should be part of the community that we need to spend. But right now we have represented back to the government to, you know, hopefully we should revert that 20%. I hope, because we have represented in a very strong way with USAID and other organizations to the government that, you know, there's a lot of investment that's happening in Kenya, and we want to ensure that the majority goes back to the farmer as much as possible. So we'll keep you posted on that development as well. Hopefully they should revert that back.
I just wanted to I mean, may not be directly related to your question, but when we speak of biochar, we're actually talking about recalcitrant carbon, which actually gets locked for more than 100 years. Whereas the other carbons are labile carbon. They are under tropical conditions, they may disappear. Maybe Dr. Kranti, you can take it up. And the other thing which I also wanted to say, and which I forgot to mention, is I think with the carbon market, and I like what you said, Ganesh, is that let's pay the farmer for the process, which is not happening yet. And this morning when I was talking to Dr. Keta Hay, he says in the US, farmers are being paid $40 per acre or hectare for cover crops. And sometimes it could go up to 80 even. So, and I think the thing that I really wanted to say is this debate on between farm and fork. Let's, in the carbon market, ensure that farmers are actually getting a good chunk of the benefit. And you mentioned 75%. And in my earlier conversations with Bhumitra, I was really happy to learn that these are direct bank transfer to farmers. And especially in countries like ours, there could be leakages. So that could be really another good answer or solution.
Just wanted to add, actually there is this artisan technique which has a different way of calculating the carbon credit, and then you have the industrial biochar production, wherein the credit levels are on the higher side. So we have to really see, and when we are working in Africa, we are working on open pit Contiki technique, which has a different connotation to the whole carbon discussion. And it is qualified under the artisan practice, and what the standard says that 50% of whatever credit that you are generating in the initial year has to be passed on to the community, and subsequently as you grow you have to give more back. So I think it reaches to the level of 70-75%.
So the last question you had is what happens after 25 years? Yes. Right, so normally you should continue the project with new interventions and keep the project going as long as you can. That's a possibility. And the standard body says that even if you stop the project, you need to monitor it and report it for 100 years. You need to keep reporting it, what is happening there, right? So that there is buffer, and we need to ensure that it's not, farmers are not going back to the old practices and doing wrong things. So we need to keep monitoring it. That's something that we need to continue. That's a good thing that the standard body sees.
I'm hoping that in the next 10 years we can come down to we can bring down the parts per million back to what we were 60 years ago. Let's hope for that.
So I don't see any hands raised. Oh, okay. There are too many hands. Probably we'll be able to take only one question, so we'll take the most important hand. I'm sorry, I was joking, but... Alan, are you... Okay.
Sorry, I was just trying to see who the most important person was, Keshav. Just following up on the talk about buffers and the question from the gentleman from Mozambique. What happens if that buffer is not enough? And particularly if we're talking about 100 years, that's a very long time for a farming system to maintain soil organic carbon levels. Who bears the risk if a farmer's being paid for that sequestration and the numbers go below what they were paid for? Who has to repay the money?
The biggest risk is what we can do is up to the buffer, right? So the buffer holds 20% of the total project cost, total revenue generated, right? So say if the risk is higher, the buffer goes higher. So the buffer can be anywhere between, say for example, we have 10 million credits right now. So it's $140 million that we're talking about on revenue. So 20% of the revenue is $20 million, for example, right? So $20 million over 50 years, even with current acreages. We are expecting the acreages to be 50 million acres. So the amount of buffer and money that's going to be generated and kept as buffer is very high, which will take care of these irregularities.
So just to be clear, there's no recourse back to the farmers, that it's the project itself that accepts that risk?
It's the project for now, yeah.
Okay, I think if there are no questions, we stop here, and I'd like to thank all the speakers, all the 7 speakers, in fact. It has been a very great session, and thank you for the education, and thank you. We learned a lot. Thank you so much. So, distinguished delegates and ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to present the proposed topics now. Can I please have my presentation? Yeah. Yes, sir. Okay, thanks. That's not the first one. And I can't see the slides on... Thank you so much. So, we are proposing 4 topics for the Technical Seminar 2024. And as you can see, the first one is cotton farming in the digital era, a paradigm shift. I'll get to the details of all these 4 topics, but kindly allow me to read them. The second is unveiling the potential, which is on gene editing in cotton. In cotton farming. And the third topic is on nano-fertilizers and nano-pesticides. And finally, it's on the blueprint of carbon-neutral cotton cultivation. Today's seminar was sort of linked to that a bit, but let's get to the details. So, cotton farming in the digital era. It is about the digital transformation with artificial intelligence and data-driven precision. A lot much has been happening. A lot of changes have been happening across the world. And in many ways, it is not just related only to cotton, but it's about the technologies to optimize planting, irrigation, pest control, and disease like prediction, and also, in fact, on the control measures, on their identification. In fact, even the ICAC, we developed, it's an app, which is based on AI that can diagnose, it can detect diseases, pests, weeds, and so on. And with that, it is possible to enhance the efficiency of sustainability and yields while reducing the resource usage. So the speakers would be presenting cutting-edge like AI technologies and the digital advancements for cotton farming breakthroughs. So that is the topic number 1. Now the second one is, it's actually on gene editing, so unveiling the potential. I'm sure many of you are aware that like a Nobel Prize was awarded for Jennifer Doudna, and now that was on gene editing. So gene editing transforms cotton farming via precision genetic modification. So far we had many of these transformation technologies with reference to transgenics, but then gene editing through RNAi, as well as this new technology which is called CRISPR, it presents a breakthrough, and there's enormous amount of potential. We have, the output has just started, and the benefits include pest resistance, fiber quality, disease resistance, and sustainability. There are issues also related to the ethical and regulatory and social considerations, which must be discussed, because many countries have actually declared that gene editing doesn't pose a big risk. So it is important that scientists come forward, and the presenters who will be presenting here will discuss even those. So speakers will explore gene editing's potential for enhanced cotton traits and to address the ethical and regulatory concerns. So that was the second topic. And we go to the third one. A lot of progress is being reported. In fact, there are also products in the market on nano-fertilizers and nano-pesticides. This is also a significant advance because it deals, in fact, with precision farming. It also deals with the environment where we'll be able to save a lot on fertilizers. It is not just on the saving, but it's also to safeguard our environment by using as less as we can. So like nanotechnologies, including nanofertilizers and nanopesticides, they have the potential to revolutionize cotton farming. And nanomaterials improve nutrient delivery and pest control. They enhance crop yield. And while they do that, they also reduce environmental impact. And nanofertilizers promote efficient nutrient absorption in terms of the nutrient use efficiency, and they reduce waste and they boost productivity. Finally, nanopesticides, often precise controlled release, minimize environmental harm and chemical use. So the objective of this technical seminar, of this topic would be to invite all those experts who have been working on nanotechnologies. At the same time, also invite those who guide policies and who have been working with reference to the approval of these nano products. So in terms of the policies of what governments can do and what kind of precautions can be taken. And finally, the fourth topic, it is a blueprint for carbon neutral cotton cultivation. So carbon neutral farming balances emissions with carbon absorption. And these are achieved through sustainable practices, resource optimization and offsets. These are crucial for climate mitigation and environmental stewardship in cotton farming. So the experts that we'll invite, they'll be presenting strategies for reducing emissions and achieving carbon neutrality. We have in fact witnessed like a lot of interest, and even during this plenary, it was very clear that the discussions in C panel were also looking at the regenerative agriculture technologies, everything oriented towards climate change and what can be done to mitigate or what can be done to combat climate change. And in fact, carbon neutral cotton cultivation is a great advance. It actually takes us forward, it gives hope. So these four topics, just to summarize in those pictures so that you remember what these four were. Normally we propose only 3 of them, but this is a summary. So the first one, I shortened the titles. The first one is on digital technologies, second on gene editing, third on nanotechnologies, and fourth on carbon neutrality. So I now request our Secretary General to take over from me for the voting and for the selection from the honorable delegates. I'm coming over there.
Thank you.
Can you please put the presentation again?
This is just for the delegates, I assume, right? Okay.
Please keep it, don't.
Yep. Honorable delegates, we would like to put this up for a vote of what topic we will focus on for next year. Please raise your placards so we can take an accurate count of where the delegations are on each of them. All those in favor of topic number 1, digital technologies, please raise your placards now. This is for the country delegates. This is topic number 1, digital technologies. Have we completed the count? Okay. Moving to topic 2, gene editing. Have we? So we had one for topic number 3, nanotechnologies. This is topic number 3, nanotechnologies. Please raise your placards. Okay, and finally, topic number 4, carbon neutrality. Please raise your placards. Tanzania. Tanzania, and I think it's Turkey. Have we completed the counts? Okay. Could we report how many did we have for topic 1? Let me just see the count. Okay, topic number 1, we had 1. Topic number 2, we had 5. Topic 3, we had 2. And topic 4, we had 4. So by the vote, topic number 2, gene editing, will be selected for next year's program. Right, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm actually honored to give the concluding remarks. The 7 presentations were incredibly good. And like I said, the last presenter could have laid the foundation, Mr. Rajiv Barua. Mr. Rajiv actually described the basics of climate change, how much goes up, what can be done, and what has been done, and what kind of initiatives are going on in India. It could be the zero-budget natural farming, organic cotton, and in fact, the other technologies like cover cropping, zero-till, how much can they contribute? So thank you, Rajiv. That was the first presentation. And I mean, to me, it was the first presentation, though it was the last. We had like some good scientific presentations, though they also included the practice along with it. And Ms. Alexandra presented agronomy for soil health as well as for biodiversity. And while she did that, she actually listed out what kind of practices are being done by ABTF and also like for CMIA, and what kind of impact they have been generating. But what was also interesting was in countries where these resources are not abundantly available, what can still be done. So her last slide was really interesting, that you can still smell, touch, see, and be able to tell what kind of changes are happening. So thank you, Alexandra. That was a great presentation, and it was interesting that even in Africa, like while changes are happening, they can also be perceived. And Dr. YG Prasad did a marvelous job by describing all those initiatives. It's not just about initiatives to combat the challenge of climate change. He listed out the challenges first. I mean, it was a kind of a critical analysis of why is it that yields are low, because his topic, I mean, the topic that we asked him to speak on was what kind of climate smart initiatives can be taken up to enhance yields. It is true that we combat climate change, but then in the process, what if the yields go down? This is a common question when either you take to organic, it could be things, let's say like regenerative agriculture, but is there a cost? Do yields go down? So his presentation from that sense was really good because the aim the objective was to show that even after implementation, while you implement these strategies, you are aiming to increase the yields. And I thought his presentation is a forerunner to what can actually happen in many of these smallholder farmers, because the kind of classification that he did for rain-fed farmers and for the irrigated farms, and what kind of technologies can be precisely taken to each of these systems, and then what kind of change is happening. So it was actually really nice. And we had some very good scientific presentations on breeding for climate change. This is in fact one of the toughest challenges, and Dr. Mark Gibbard did show us that it is, in many ways, it need not be seen as a very complicated process. The first thing that he did was, it was the categorization of roots. In fact, the World Cotton Conference that happened in 2015, it was in Guyana. Some of us had the privilege to go to a few greenhouses or laboratories in Brazil, and that was where many of us learned that you can indeed at least attempt to work towards breeding of these lines. I mean, breeding varieties for climate resilience by looking at roots. And like today the presenter, Dr. Dr. Mark Gibbard did a great job. He not only focused on roots, but he also focused on the other main challenges, which is temperature. Obviously, global warming has the biggest impact. So it was nice to see that his approach was not just about breeding for climate resilience, but breeding for climate resilience for the toughest challenges, which are Africa and all the rain-fed regions. So, and these rain-fed regions are not just about like some of these least developed countries or developing countries, but also in countries like the United States, where about 65% of their land area is also under rain-fed conditions. So that was a great presentation. And then we had a very nice scientific presentation from Dr. Mike Bange. Dr. Michael Bange is indeed a world-renowned figure. And like one of his books was published by, it was jointly published by CABI, by ICAC, and it's I think the two of us, these two organizations published, and though this was printed maybe 8 years ago, it is a great document for anyone to refer. And his presentation, it dealt with the impacts, and it's interesting that it is not just about carbon dioxide, it is not just about temperatures. He also spoke about ozone, what kind of impact ozone could be having together. And for quite some time, some of us were thinking that ozone was sort of an old story, because these days nobody speaks about it. But it was nice to see his presentation, which I thought was extremely balanced, because he spoke not only about the negative effects, but the positive effects. For instance, it's about carbon dioxide. What happens when carbon dioxide increases? So does it have a positive impact on cotton? And is it that we should be like sort of worried about CO2? But then the fact also remains that this is tagged along with those increased temperatures. So what are we doing to combat all those ill effects of climate change? So thank you, Dr. Mike Bange. That was a great presentation, a lot of learning. In fact, all the 7 presenters, I thought it was something like a relay race. Each one was holding, was actually laying the background for the other speaker. So I'm glad that the ICAC did a good job by inviting them. And then we had these other 3 presenters from Bhumitra, Mr. Ganesh Babu, he did a great job. And I could see there was so much of interest from the audience. Obviously, it's about payment. When you're talking of carbon credits, there's still a lot of confusion. How do you measure? What is the verification? How do you repeat? What do these third parties do? And what is it about carbon? What if tomorrow I go on building, and when Francisco asked this question, what do you do? I mean, is there a limit for the soil? Obviously, there's a limit for anything. So these things, in my view, probably I wouldn't hesitate in having one more seminar to debate and find out, are we able to find these solutions? So, thank you, Mr. Ganesh Babu, for making that presentation. And of course, Bhumitra is doing a great job. It was gratifying to see that you're registering thousands and thousands of farmers for millions of hectares, not just in India, but across the globe. So congratulations, that is good. And then we had some brilliant presentations. Like I said, though, I started with Rajiv. But then like Rajiv, your presentation was good in many ways, because for most of us, I mean, for most of the audience who may have been wanting to understand what exactly is, you know, like in terms of combating climate change, so what exactly are these equations? I mean, what is climate change? So it is when you said that these 4 gigatons or 4 billion tons into the air, how can we capture back? That was, it was telling a story. So thank you so much for that. And Mr. Mahesh Ramakrishnan, the practice of taking regenerative agriculture to farmers and the way you're doing it, it is indeed it is exemplary. So thank you for, thank you for describing all those efforts. And the ICAC conducted just a small training with OLAM. It was only for a day for the cone pit method. And I'm repeating, it is gratifying to see that the organization takes it up to farmers and to take it forward as part of your program. And I can assure you that the ICAC is with you. We will continue because it is so good to see that someone taking these technologies forward. I do not know if I'm missing something, but I didn't quite take down notes because I wanted to be as alert I could be to learn more and more from what the speakers were doing. Okay. The Secretary General says that he could finish up. That means asking me to stop.
No, I wanted to thank, again, Keshav and the entire panel. You know, when I step back, there are a few things that really stood out to me about the presentations. Number one, it went from field, about what practically farmers can do in terms of cover cropping, in terms of biochar, which I know is Keshav's one of his favorite topics, all the way through structure of institutions, and ultimately driven by economics. You know, is there a market? Because ultimately, if the market's not willing to pay for change, it becomes much more difficult to sustain it. But kind of at the truly macro level, you know, at the same time, the COP28 is being held in Dubai. And I think some of these messages about how carbon sequestration can be advanced through improved practices in the cotton sector, I think that story deserves a wider audience. So as we reflect on what we've learned today, we also might think about how to engage with the wider world to go back. And again, this is another aspect of telling the positive news about cotton and making the case for why it's sustainable, but also it's part of how we solve the global carbon problem. So anyway, with that said, I would like to thank the panel. And I look forward to reconvening in the next room for the World Cafe to discuss other interests of international concern at 2 o'clock. Thank you, everybody, and we'll see you over there.
स्टेज पे डाला है
अक्षयला फोन दे, अक्षय बोल.
राजू आहे. हॅलो
श्रद्धा मॅमशी बोलणं करून दे.
श्रद्धा मॅम को दे ना फोन.
हेलो वो राजीव सक्सेना तो इधर रखना है, उधर क्यों चाहिए? ओके उसको वो स्टेज पे रखा था, मतलब डायस पे रख दिया था ना. नहीं मैंने मैम श्री को बोल के कहते ठीक है चलेगा. ओके थँक्यू. ठेवून दे इथे दे इथे दे.
काय बोलले?
अरे तुम्ही त्यांना सांगितलं हरवलं म्हणून ते माल एक इथे आणून दाखव.
तुम्ही सगळं हरवलं का बोलता हो? सापडत नाही बोला.
Hello.
चालू है
Hello.
Testing, okay. Okay, we'll get started. Good afternoon, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I think we are ready for our 7th open session. As we spent quite a bit of time talking about cotton production and its effect on the environment. And this is the session where actually we begin to move downstream, and we're going to be looking at Industry 4.0 for textiles, smart manufacturing in the textiles sector. The chair of this session will be Mr. Rajiv Saxena, who is Joint Secretary, Ministry of Textiles, Government of India. Mr. Chairman, I turn the floor over to you. Thank you.
Good evening, namaskar. All the dignitaries on the dais, Secretary General from ICAC, and all the members of this plenary committee meeting of ICAC present here, delegates from different organizations, ladies and gentlemen. Probably this is the last session of the day, so it will be quite challenging one and to stay. So I will be starting with this textile sector. As such, you know that in India, it is the second largest employer and at the same time most polluting sector in our country. And we have a very rich in cotton. Basically, Indian textile sector is cotton dominant only. Unlike the rest of the world, which is predominantly man-made fibers. So this sector is facing a number of challenges. Some natural factors like climate changes. So we have the requirement of sustainability, carbon footprint is there, and some man-made issues are, that is very, very important right now for the industry. Demand and supply dynamics has changed very much. Fast fashion, the requirement, the lead time has reduced. There is a fast, very short product cycle is required, and even the shift is there more and more as the per capita income is increasing, the requirement for customized products is increasing. We cannot produce high volume, low mix products, we can say, for a longer time. We have to see the requirements of the customers. The skilled labor's problem may come in the future because of the high, the labor wages will go up. And so many data is required because we are pattern making everything, we are creating a large data. To analyze, we require some system so that we can make effective products. And the last, we can say that the technical textiles demand is increasing, so some specialized clothing requirement will be there. So the manufacturing sector in textiles and particularly in cotton will have to cater for all this. The solution lies in the technology. There is a big data analytics, different solutions are available. The pattern, the data can be analyzed in a different manner that can be utilized by the industry. Even smart textiles, that is called e-textiles, smart wearables, that can be thought of advanced robotics, AI that can be useful for forecasting the consumer trends, and industry can cope up very easily. IoT, machine-to-machine interaction, 3D printing is 3D printing is going to be very, very important, especially for the high-end fashions, where additive manufacturing can help us. So all these put together is known as Industry 4.0. We have seen so many industrial revolutions, third, 1, 2, 3, now it is the fourth one. It's going to change the entire manufacturing scenario. So industry has to think right now to cope up with this new technical advancement, otherwise they will not be able to fulfill the requirement of the customers. So this session is very, very important for that point of view, and we had a large battery of experts with us. They are experts in their different fields, and they will be taking ahead this session and giving you the valuable inputs. At the end, we can have some question and answer sessions. So our first speaker will be Mr. Robert, who will be giving a talk on emerging trends, challenges, and opportunities in cotton textile value chain. I will request Ms. Parki Vats to formally introduce the first speaker.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Robert Antoshak, with over 30 years in the fiber and textile industry, is a partner at Guernsey Textile Organization, managing its USA office and consulting across the textile supply chain. His diverse career includes leadership roles at the Fiber Economics Bureau, American Fiber Manufacturers Association, Trade Resource, Werner International, and more, with contribution to JustStyle.com and SourcingJournal.com. An expert in trade negotiations, he has worked as an advisor to the US government on major trade agreements like NAFTA and the WTO. He also runs the blog FromFieldToShelf.com. We welcome you.
I'll do my best. Thank you very much. Thank you to the ICAC. Thanks for the opportunity to address you today. One of the things I promised myself and you is I will stick to 15 minutes. I don't want to be accused of keeping everyone from the cocktail party. Anyway, today I'm going to talk about market. I've been really impressed by the range of topics covered in this conference. Really impressive. But I wanted to kind of take a different approach, look at the market, talk about markets, talk about downstream demand, particularly how that affects cotton, okay, and to do it in a relatively straightforward way. So as you can tell by this graphic, hanging tough in a tough market, I don't need to tell you how bad the market is right now, but there's signs of life and there's hope, and that's really the point. This one? Perfect. First, a little intro about me. I've been in the textile business, fibers, clothing. I've been a consultant over 30 years. I've had the privilege of traveling all around the world in a variety of capacities. And now I'm very happy to have joined this company, Guernsey. Guernsey is the leading textile consulting firm in the world for more than 90 years. Large office here in India, large offices around the world, and now we're building a very substantial office in North America, particularly in the US. Here are the topics I'm going to touch on. A little bit about cotton, how it's struggling. And again, understand I'll be talking about this from market perspective. I'll talk a bit about the customers, talk about the apparel market. I'm going to use US data because that's the largest consuming market at this point. At the same time, I'm going to ask how do we get to the tough market and how do we get out of it? And then I'll do a couple of quick conclusions. Cotton struggles, key indicators. Thanks to the pandemic, supply and demand and ending stocks are out of balance. I think we all know this pretty well. And as a result, prices have been down, they've been depressed, okay? So cotton's trading around 70 cents now, in the 70s right now. Not really satisfactory for a lot of farmers, for sure. At the same time, we've got consumer inflation for a number of reasons, and that has really weighed heavily on the cotton uptake and on prices. As inflation has gone up in recent years, cotton prices have stumbled as a result, and there's some interesting correlations with that. Of course, I've heard other presenters mention this about synthetics. Yeah, the competition with synthetics is only going to be tougher. It's an old problem that's really becoming worse, thanks to the price inflation that's affecting basic apparel. In other words, a lot of brands are downscaling their purchases, making it cheaper products, having greater product churn so that the unit prices are lower. And they're able to do that because they're using cheaper inputs, cheaper synthetics. And at the same time, that's really that's the guts of fast fashion, okay? Cheap and churn, okay? If we look at some of the key cotton indicators, and if we look at, say, current year compared to the previous year, and we look at percent changes, you can see that prices are down. At the same time, production has been up. So again, production's up at a time when demand's down. Imports globally of cotton are down. Domestic use for all countries is down. Exports down. And at the same time, whatever is being traded is ending up in inventory, ending stocks. Okay, so it's this overhang. It's a nagging overhang that's contributing mightily to the price deflation that we're seeing in cotton. At the same time, there's a fascinating correlation between clothing, it's consumer price index in the United States. So it's basically a measure of inflation. As the inflation has gone up, there's been less demand for high quality cotton at higher prices. So as a result, the cotton prices have been falling. This is another reason, this is an example of demand, the demand side of the equation harming a basic commodity, okay, from the perspective of prices. A lot of farmers are sensitive to this. A lot of them planted a lot of acreage, and I look at U.S. planted acres. And going into, or coming out, I should say, of the pandemic, a lot of farmers planted cotton. But since then, a lot of farmers are saying, okay, it's time to move into other crops. So there's that other element that's gotten into the equation here, which is intercrop competition. Food crops are becoming more important than they were. And this is, again, we saw this from ICAC earlier, but again, what this really shows is that the net growth over time, over years, and now in particular over the last few since the pandemic, it's only accelerating. Non-cotton consumption is going up. And that does correspond with the rise of fast fashion, make no mistake. The apparel market. Apparel imports are a terrific indicator in the health of particularly the U.S. market because it's so import-oriented. And those data are updated monthly, so you get a snapshot all the time. And imports, though, spiked a year ago, and now they're really, really down. So it's showing the depressed nature of the market. There was a lot of overbuying that occurred a year ago, and it's taking time for the system to work it all off, okay? And at the same time, in all honesty, retail clothing sales are actually flat, okay? So they're not, it's not really, the offtake is not there yet. Americans in particular are spending their money on experiences, restaurants, travel, and so on. They're not spending it so much anymore on stuff, whether it's clothing, whether it's even electronics. Okay, it's a different, during the pandemic, they were buying stuff. And that's what created this boom and bust, this whiplash effect in the market. So you can see here And again, you can see this precipitous drop-off in imports, apparel imports this year. And it's like, what happened? So again, there's overbuying that occurred coming out of the pandemic. The pandemic was awful. You can see that in 2020. It was negative. If we compare this to historical averages, the previous 10 years prior to the pandemic, you can see a couple of things. One is you can see why there was inventory accumulation in the US in the first place. And that was an overbuying situation because coming out of the pandemic, companies had a difficult time getting product in. So once they couldn't get product in, what happened to all the inventory? Well, they ended up having to liquidate it. It was a pretty ugly scene. So they didn't want to get caught flat-footed again, so they overordered. And it came flooding in. Now they can't sell it. Okay? But the one good part of this chart is that we're now hovering around pre-pandemic averages, which suggests the market's not in free fall. Okay, so there's hope. So I'm encouraged going into 2024. Here's the situation with US retail. And you can see the retail inventories really peaked going into 2022. And they have stayed pretty high since. So they're having a hard time offloading a lot of it. And that's creating the ripple effects of weaker demand in the supply chain. This helps to explain why textile mills are not selling as much product and why cotton is suffering from low prices. That's not the only reason, but it's a significant reason. And here's the situation with retail sales. To my point, it's kind of flat right now. So you had a recovery coming out of the pandemic, it kind of flatlined, and it's been treading water really ever since. Okay, so there's no real retail boom that's occurring right now. The boom already occurred during the pandemic for clothing. Now it's kind of flatlined. But there is some encouragement. This is retail inventories, retail sales ratio, all right, which is an important factor for the retail business. We're getting back to historical averages as an industry, retail I'm talking about. You can see the aberration that occurred in 2020 because of the pandemic. Huge spike in inventories, they couldn't get rid of it, okay? Since then, now it's approaching back to averages. Once it gets back to averages, that's encouraging for the future, okay? That's the significance of this chart. The outlook for the apparel market. The good news, I believe the big declines in the apparel market may have bottomed out. The bad news is, however, it's challenging to know when the market will gain strength, okay? It's anybody's guess, but I do believe probably by the middle of next year. Various factors will drive the market. Population growth, disposable income. I mention these data because it helps to forecast and put a forecast on a range of likely growth in the market. Here's the way I kind of come up with an estimate for forecasting. Population growth in the United States is about 0.8% a year now. It's actually been kind of declining. Disposable income, however, is still hot. There's a lot of money still in the system there, and it's growing at an accelerated clip greater than the population growth. So there's net income in the economy. At the same time, retail sales did come up, and they have been averaging about 2% a year. But I put this next arrow in next to it. That's what happened to retail sales when the pandemic hit. It just plummeted. So it changed literally a whole average, a whole 13-year average. It flattened it. When you exclude the pandemic, you can see what normal growth looks like in the retail market. So all I'm trying to do is establish a case that likely there's a low scenario for growth in the retail market looking out a few years of probably under 1% growth a year. Then we're looking close to 2%. And outside, a really exceptional case would be 3%. And those are all predicated on the fact that we don't have another calamity in the world, something horrendous. Another war, another pandemic, something awful like that. This is assuming that everything stays where it is right at the moment. My guess is it's probably somewhere around 1.5% to 2% growth, assuming nothing derails it. So how do we get here? I mentioned fast fashion. Fast fashion has a real it's a bad scene for cotton. It favors synthetics. There's no question about it. The pandemic set up cotton for a fall. With this overproduction, the boom and bust, now inventories, high ending stocks, a lot of that's the result, frankly, of the effects of the pandemic. Now we have inflation to deal with. Consumer inflation is discouraging consumers from buying clothing, or they're looking to downgrade their clothing purchases that contain more synthetics. Other factors, to elaborate a little bit on fast fashion. Low prices are great, and there's a part of the market that always goes there, but I have to say a lot of the clothing is getting lighter weight, which also has implications for cotton. If there's a lot more knitwear being consumed and a lot less wovens, that's going to have real implications, okay? The pandemic, we had the boom and bust cycle, like I was mentioning. And inflation, this is the gift that keeps on giving. Until it moderates to sustainable levels, it's going to be a factor in the retail apparel business. So how can we get out? I suggest patience, creativity, and build on the current great messaging that comes out of the cotton business. Cotton has excellent marketing. Great organizations like Cotton Incorporated really do a terrific job to promote cotton to the broader industry. And as a summary, last slide, see, I'm protecting everybody's beers. Problem in the cotton market, supply and demand, that's my summary, those are issues to watch. Problems, further problems in the apparel market, same thing, it's getting better, okay? I think second quarter 2024, things will start to bubble a little bit better, okay? It's time for new thinking. The fact is the cotton industry has to embrace even more new thinking. It's been forced to over the years. It's going to continue to have to innovate to keep its place in the market. And with that, I have to say thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Robert, for giving a perspective about the entire scenario, especially with respect to USA. Although the scenario presented by Mr. Robert is not very encouraging for the cotton sector, he has raised but some important points that we have to think over. Like he has raised the issues of reducing acreage, higher inventory declines, and so many other things. But he has, in the end, said there is some way out, some creativity, some new thinking is required. So I think the organizers has planned this session in a very beautiful manner. That in the traditional sectors, the demand is reducing, but there are new areas in which this sector can grow very fast. So continuing with this, we had the next speaker who is going to present the ideas how can cotton be useful for technical textiles and what are its growth potential. Mr. Siddharth Rajgopal, so I would request the moderator to kindly introduce him.
It's my pleasure to introduce our next esteemed presenter, Dr. Siddhartha Rajagopal. With a PhD in Management Studies and an impressive 39-year tenure in the textile industry, Dr. Rajagopal has contributed significantly across the entire textile value chain, from fiber to fashion. His vast experience includes representing India in key trade negotiations with the US, European Union, and the WTO. Currently, he plays a pivotal role in the Kasturi Cotton India project, a collaboration with the Cotton Corporation of India, underscoring his commitment to advancing the country's textile sector. We welcome you.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I think they told me they'll take a minute or two to load the file because it's a big file. Maybe I have a lot to say on cotton and how it can be integrated in technical textiles. Although, on the face of it, it will look as if, oh, cotton, what is it doing in this world of technical textiles? So just bear with me for a minute. I think it's done. Okay, thank you very much. And now, our subject today, and that's an interesting one, cotton in the era of technical textiles and its growth potential. Cotton, the very word, as we've been finding, evokes a sense of comfort. In fact, when I see some of these cotton buds placed on the table, I told myself, look, if cotton had fragrance, perhaps it would have lit up the room with the fragrance. But then cotton is odorless, so hence we have denied the benefit of fragrance. It has made a mark in the world of aesthetics and decorative textiles. And now as we move through my presentation, we will see that it might make a mark in the world of applications and engineered textiles, which is basically technical textiles. Now, as the prowess of technology and innovation drive textiles, as I said, toward new applications, cotton, given its versatility, continues to find a place, as we will find shortly, in virtually all categories of textiles, including technical textiles. My presentation seeks to bring out the immense scope available, much to the disbelief of many, including us when we were making this presentation, for cotton to come up in the era of technical textiles. 1 minute. Now, the subject is divided into a couple of parts, the scheme of presentation. We deal with cotton, as I said, properties of cotton, because it's very important to know what are the properties of cotton, would make it gel with technical textile, because ultimately technical textiles is nothing but application textiles and also engineered textiles. We will also explore the world of technical textiles. Then in the course of the presentation, we'll determine the commonalities of cotton by understanding its various applications in technical textiles. Finally, we take a look towards the various synergies that we believe can be developed between cotton and technical textiles, and perhaps also look at some strategies with some creative thinking on our part on how to see that cotton also emerges as a dominant fiber in the world of technical textiles. Cotton, I think a lot has been said in this conference. This is a forum for cotton. So I think the more we say, the more we want to say. But cotton, as we have said, a couple of points here which are very important. Its versatility, performance, and natural comfort. Cotton gives more than it takes. Using only 3% of the world's agricultural land and water, cotton produces nearly 30% of the world's food, fiber, clothing, and creative solutions for shelter. It assures 10% secure future. Yesterday we found in one of the presentations that carbon emissions are perhaps the lowest when it comes to cotton, capturing more carbon dioxide in the soil and fiber than is used to produce it. So it gets a bit eco-friendly. It gets rid of the carbon dioxide from the air and provides assurance of a healthier and cleaner future, a cleaner world. Finally, cotton offers comfort and well-being for all. It cares 24/7 and hence is the most trusted fiber by the consumers. Cotton, by its very nature, is a performance fiber. Now, when you see the features, consumers choices fiber because it's soft, it's natural, it's comfortable, it's hypoallergenic, etc. are some of the attributes. These are useful in applications that are vital for health and hygiene, thus making consumers choose cotton as their next skin. So in terms of its relation to the skin. Reliable as environmental friendly, as we said. It has been in existence for thousands of years. We have references of cotton in Ramcharitramanas, that's a Tulsidas compilation. We also, somebody told me, have reference to cotton in the Bhagavad Gita. So it ages ago, the reference to cotton for its whiteness and its properties. It's one of the most trusted natural resource that is renewable, biodegradable, and meets the regulatory requirements as a food crop. Now, some of these attributes I'm sure all of you know because you live and breathe cotton in this forum. But nevertheless, it's important to point out these attributes because these are what will be relevant when we look at the world of technical textiles. Now, features offering user benefits, superior absorption, it's an important component. Release capability, superior weight strength. When cotton is dipped in water, it becomes heavy, as you all know. that enhances cotton's use for any cleaning and hygiene product that requires exposure to water or any of the liquids. Now we look at the technical textiles. Now there are definitions, terminologies, and the functionality of technical textiles. Because technical textiles as a concept has come in relatively new as we were able to start to sort of engineer the products. Textiles other than clothing and household fabrics that are engineered products. This is a key word I've been using again and again. Engineered product. Technical textile, not a natural product. It's an engineered product with a definite functionality. That's the second component which needs to be worked, because all these will be very useful when we understand the role of cotton, and where the performance and application of greater importance than aesthetics and decorative. We've so far used cotton for aesthetic, that is in our apparel. We used the decorative fabrics for our home textiles. But now in technical textiles, the properties that are more emphasized are basically not aesthetics and decorative, but with definite functionality, with performance and application. So performance-based textiles, application-based textiles, are functionality-based textiles. As we come to the next one, terminologies, many terminologies are used. Industrial textiles, functional textiles, engineered textiles, performance textiles, they're all synonymously used with the technical textiles. So in the one rubric of technical textile, we capture all this. Functionality, I to mention, the chairman mentioned about some smart textile, e-textile, intelligent or multifunctional textiles. These are names designating the textile which can adapt to a situation. That is to say, to detect and react to a stimulus. Suppose there is an electrical signal, there's a temperature variation, there's a stress factor, mechanical or chemical. All this, the fabric reacts. So therefore, the fabric is a composition of many factors, and therefore, cotton, in our view, definitely has a role to play in this entire complexity of fibers which go into the making of a technical textile. Now, the properties of cotton textile, that textile other than clothing and household are technical textiles, as we mentioned. Now, the properties, as we have seen, technical are designed to have a high level of physical, mechanical, thermal, and or chemical properties for use in specific applications in industrial sectors such as earthworks, construction, civil engineering, transport, defense, medical, and healthcare. These textiles are manufactured, mind you, whatever literature you read, it says using natural and man-made fiber. So the world of textile doesn't belong only to the man-made fibers. The world of textile also includes the natural fibers, and one of the natural fibers is cotton. And are usually non-woven. There's always this fight between the woven and the non-woven. And these can also be woven and non-woven. It's not as if it's only non-woven. So therefore, there is an opportunity which exists, which can surely be taken forward when it comes to cotton. Composition, these textiles can be constructed as a single or multiple layer, be composite, be coated, be impregnated with material. These can be made from any fiber, and this is what the literature says, yarn or filament, or purely natural or synthetic origin or combination of the two. So then, this engineering process which takes place, it provides room for all fibers to play a role. Now, this is a quick chart. I don't know, it's very complicated, but it talks of materials, processes, and products. It talks of materials where steel is being used, glass derivatives, ceramics can be used, synthetic polymers are there, regenerated fibers are there, then of course there is natural fiber. All of these can be used, and we have seen a process where we can see the use of natural fibers as well within the entire complex band of things. Over 90% of all fibers used in the technical sector are of the conventional type. This needs to be marked. Specialty fibers are expensive for use in technical textile. Therefore, the large part of the technical textile story is built on conventional textile. Cotton accounts for half of the world's consumption of fiber and will remain so owing to many of its innate qualities. I'll quickly run through this. Major cotton-based applications, there is the Meditech, Mobile Tech, Oecotech, Protech, all these are the parts, or 12 all sectors have been identified in India, and each of these has a component. Cationic cotton, which treated cotton is chemically modified. So you have processes. Cotton lints are being used. In Meditech, a lot of surgical clothing, gowns, and all that, sutures are also being used. There is also the use of what is called the towel ETM, which is a porous outlay, which also looks at absorbing the Indian oil has been using cotton for absorbing some of the oil, which the spills that they have been seeing. Major applications, others, Protect. We have a big industry in India which looks at protective clothing. And these are employees working on energized conductors or circuits, fire hazard, etc. Flame-resistant cotton, chemical-resistant cotton, high-visibility clothing, and all these processes are well defined. The point that we are making here is the cotton-based application exists in the world of technical textiles. Then filtration is another area where a lot of companies are working. This cotton in filtration, because of high absorbency, breathability, non-allergenic characters, gives it a big scope in Meditech. Low static charge, which means that unlike some of the synthetic material, cotton typically generates low static charges, which means that it doesn't hurt the skin. Oh yeah, just about 2 minutes, yeah, sure. Synergies between cotton and technical textiles, inexpensive and versatile, non-static and insulating, strong, easy washable, and breathable, cool, soft, non-allergenic. So all these features are giving you an example, and there are technical processes which I don't want to go into. All these things help. Basically, high moisture absorbency, high wet modulus, and good handle are some of the more important properties of cotton fiber, which make it it gives it an opportunity in the technical textile sector. Way forward, conclusion. Now look, way forward, new thinking. It's been said here, the whole room has been reverberating. We need to look at creating a special space for cotton, special effects, uniqueness, sustainability, social responsibility, verifiable claims, that is tracking, branding, all these are important. Bring in innovation, there's no doubt about it. You will have to innovate because this is engineering. In engineering, you're basically going to have applications. And in application base, you will basically be working and experimenting with fibers at different points in time. Whichever works for you, you will use, and cotton very much has a place. And cotton, as you know, environmentally conscious, socially responsible, caring for the customers, and value-driven, verifiable claims. So, dear friends, I ran through this. So, there is a lot of hope for cotton. And as demand comes up, as we develop new applications, as you find new usages, and I'm sure we should put all our heads together, cotton definitely has as bright a future as all other friends in the other fibers. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rajgopal. You have given a different perspective of technical textiles. Cotton had many inherent properties that makes it a special fiber and most liked fiber by us. But at the same time, this is the era of nanotechnology. The surface properties of any material can be changed by nanotechnology. Even man-made fibers are posing challenge because many of the properties of cotton can be incorporated by alteration in the man-made fibers. So similarly, cotton industry has to think of the weaknesses that cotton fiber has to be removed if they want to be competitive, and the cotton can be used in high-end technical textile applications. Low-end, it is always there, but high-end technical applications, some innovations are definitely required. Nanotechnology is one of the solutions, and continuous R&D is required. Otherwise, you will face a challenge, real challenge from the other fibers in near future to come. And I think that we are capable of doing this. With this, as you know that cotton in India, we had a average consumption of 5 kg of textiles, while in developed world it is around 15 kg. Still, we are facing a challenge of managing the cotton waste. There is talk of recycling, sustainability. So our next session is really in this direction, recycling cotton challenges. Ms. Ray is going to present this. I request Parki ji to kindly introduce.
Thank you, Chair. I'm delighted to introduce Ms. Deepanvita Ray, an innovation analyst at Fashion for Good, a pivotal platform fostering collaborations towards a circular fashion industry. At Fashion for Good, Ms. Ray plays a crucial role in scouting and nurturing sustainable innovations. Her work involves orchestrating multi-stakeholder projects and pilots crucial for scaling up innovative technologies. She's also actively involved in the sorting for circularity projects post-consumer textile pilot. Prior to this, Ms. Ray contributed her expertise in supply chain management at Fab India. We welcome you.
Thank you so much for the lovely introduction. Good evening, everybody. So, the last two talks were fabulous. Cotton has such diverse applications, starting from apparel to a wide variety of technical textiles. We see how important this fiber is. I thank the ICAC team to give me an opportunity to speak on this ever-increasing, concerning topic of textile waste accumulation, but also of a rapidly growing market segment, which is the recycled cotton industry. Today I will be talking about the need for recycling, what recycling of cotton is, and a roadmap to efficient recycling ecosystem. Before I start, let's hear what Fashion for Good is and what do we do work about. So sitting at the intersection of innovation and industry, Fashion for Good brings together the entire fashion ecosystem like brands, retailers, suppliers, innovators, and funders in a pre-competitive space and being a pioneer of collaboration. We scout and screen innovations, validate, and then finally scale and adopt. In the last 6 years, we've been able to have 26 global partners, scouted more than 170 innovators, implemented more than 400 cases, and secured of 1.9 billion euro capital investments. Here's a short glimpse of our partners, without whom this isn't possible. I'm sorry. Okay, so this slide was heavy. We understand why, because there's so much opportunity in the space of innovation. These are all of the innovators that Fashion for Good has been hand-holding and developing for the various pilots and projects. Moving on ahead, let's understand the need for recycling. An alarming quantum of textile waste, as per the Ellen MacArthur Foundation report, 92 million tons of textile waste is produced every year globally. And if we bring this to India, we've done a report wherein we see India generates nearly 8% of the global textile waste annually. This is indeed a lot, and this waste comes from various streams, such as pre-consumer from the various factories, post-consumers, which we use and then we discard, some imported waste from other countries, and so on. And then this usually goes to secondary industries like automobile, bedding, wipes industry, or majority of goes into incineration or just piles up in the landfill, which is the major concern area. Textile waste is a resource which is too precious to waste. We need to keep this waste out of landfill and incineration. Recycling will also help to reduce dependency on virgin fibers and minimize the negative environmental impact. Or it also serves as an alternative feedstock for man-made cellulosic fibers, so it can be a tree-free fiber. It's a new revenue stream by valorizing the waste and making it flow into different streams. And also, the regulatory shifts drive this circularity in the industry. We need to close the loop and rationalize the supply-demand side. We, as being consumers, be responsible to take care of our garments, support many brands who are there in the collection programs, proper sorting, collection, traceability of this waste, which finally goes to the industries for recycling, forms yarns, and again comes back to a consumer as a garment. Moving on next, let's understand about recycling of cotton. So textile-to-textile recycling encompasses all the textile recycling processes where the output is used again in this specific sector and does not go into any other downcycling products. So For textile to textile recycling, cotton is a highly valuable feedstock. We know that cotton is already a predominant fiber in the textile industry, but also for the recycling industry, it's extremely valuable. We have two types of recycling. One is mechanical, wherein the cotton fiber from production waste or the post-industrial waste or the post-consumer waste is collected, cleaned, and then mechanical operations for shredding are done, which are finally, which the fiber that comes out is spun, blended, and then given for fabric weaving. Next is chemical. So chemical involves either taking the feedstock from mechanical, like the shredded product, then making it go through chemical processes to produce a pulp, which is made to go through viscose or lyocell processes, and it creates a man-made cellulosic fiber. Okay, this is another heavy slide again because of all the innovations being in here. So let me just load it all together. All right. For the recycling ecosystem, we have sorting, which can be manual or semi and fully automated. We have recycling, again, mechanical and chemical. And here you see the various innovations that are currently there, not an exhaustive list. And to manage the entire sorting and recycling, we also need traceability. And Fashion for Good works with most of these innovators to help them scale up and contribute to the recycling industry. Coming to some of the challenges and opportunities, with mechanical recycling, it usually requires a nearly 100% cotton feedstock. This is possible if we have good developments in sorting technologies for accurate and efficient sorting. As we all know, 100% cotton is a bit of a minority. We all like a bit of blended material because we need the properties which a polyester also provides, but also the comfort of cotton. But however, for a mechanical recycling, a recycler would always prefer 100% cotton material. There is some weakening of the fibers, and also there are some presence of contaminants. So blending fibers with other virgin fibers helps in making the final yarn more stronger. And there lies a huge potential in textile to textile recycling, which here I've put in as a challenge because it requires advancements in high-grade recycling. And only through high-grade recycling, the recycled product can be of a higher value. The recycled yarn has an impact on the quality of the end product. So developments in spinning processes is required to improve the strength and the quality of the fiber. And finally, appropriate testing instruments for the recycled yarn. Within chemical recycling, one concern is I wouldn't say it as a concern in a second because it's an open loop process, which means here you see the diagram. Cotton and other plant-based fibers which are cellulosic is, as I discussed, it goes through a chemical process and the pulp is regenerated. And the final output is a viscose or a lyocell. Now this can't come back to the cotton value chain. However, we need to embrace the advent of these next-gen fibers. Yes, cotton is important, but there is a lot of cotton, and we also need to see what different types of next-gen fibers can be produced by utilizing this textile waste. There's a requirement of heterogeneous feedstock, which is again quite similar to mechanical recycling, and developments in sorting technologies do help because there are a lot. Speaking of Industry 4.0, since the theme of this session is that there are technologies which help use NIR and AI for sorting and help with automated or semi-automated sorting. Scale-up requires a consistent supply of the feedstock. So we need all ecosystem players to come together and help in developing this collection, sorting, and recycling. Also, for the chemical processing, there's a slight reduction in the degree of polymerization, which in simpler terms means there's a slight loss of strength of the cotton. But however, creating efficient cellulosic dissolution processes can help with this. And finally, a lack of collaboration between actors across the supply chain is, of course, applicable for both chemical and mechanical, and advocating collaborative action, bringing together different stakeholders would really be helpful. With these challenges, coming to how Fashion for Good has played a role, we've thought of all these challenges and seen how we can contribute to the industry. We recently, in the last 2 days, actually I'm just coming after that conference that we happened in Delhi, we closed a 26-month-long project, Sorting for Circularity India. This is a framework developed for recapturing the textile waste ecosystem in India and seeing how the sorting and the recycling industry can be scaled in our country. Some of the objectives of this project were to understand the current textile waste material flow in India, identify and map the sorting technologies. So we conducted 2 pilots with one semi-automated technology called Matoha and another fully automated technology called Pickvisa. We piloted the solutions and organized the complete textile waste, understood that when in the post-consumer textile waste and the pre-consumer textile waste, what are the most predominant material and what recyclers are really looking for. And finally, building an implementation roadmap. This has not been possible without the contribution of nearly 50 stakeholders who've been involved in the project. You see some of the names here. We released the Sorting for Circularity India toolkit. We're calling this a toolkit because we've brought together 4 reports. One, the Wealth in Waste, which is a study of the analysis of the Indian textile waste landscape. Second is the pre-consumer textile waste market. Third, the pilots with semi-automated and fully automated technologies. And fourth, bringing all together understanding whether India has a business case suitable for sorters to develop sorting hubs or textile recovery facilities in India. A quick glimpse of the Wealth in Waste report. We understood the types of textile waste, the textile waste value chain, quantity of textile waste, which was 7.7 million tons of textile waste annually in India, the material compositions, geographical flows of the waste, the end use of waste, which is not only recycling, but also there are a huge quantity of rewearables, the textile waste hierarchy, and the challenges and opportunities. Next, in the pre-consumer pilot, we did a 360-degree approach for pre-consumer waste where the fabric clippings from various garment manufacturers were collected and nearly 84 tons of waste was traced to the recyclers using the help of Reverse Resources, a digital tracing platform, in 3 months. Finally, this was our latest report, which is Unlocking India's Waste Opportunity and Capitalizing on the Untapped Potential of Post-Consumer Waste. Here, we mapped the textile waste landscape in India, mapped the collection and sorting and pre-processing steps, traceability of waste from the source to the recycled fiber, assessed the quality of and traceability of textile waste, and finally, we saw how enabling a sorting system can be done in India. Based on the technologies we assessed, so this is about the semi and the fully automated sorting technologies, extremely interesting. So they have a very inclusive material library, which includes both pure and blended material, a very broad color library, wherein you have options for 14 color inputs, but depending on the types of shades, you can train the model. A productivity increase from of 100 kg per day in semi and 7,000 kg per day in fully automated, and an accuracy of nearly 95%. Going ahead, the business case showed us that 48% of the domestic post-consumer waste can be pushed up the waste value chain, and 35% of the domestic waste can be pushed further with proper sorting infrastructure. And this translates to about 1,380 kilotons of waste, with a 10% increase of revenue at the sorters level. Also, 5 scenarios were analyzed with increased daily capacity, the rewearables market, and also the advent of advanced recycling technologies like the chemical recycling. So here is the QR of the toolkit. Please feel free to scan and give a read. It has a lot of insights that you would enjoy reading. So coming back to the conference which we had in Delhi the last 2 days, it was named Reimagining Textile Waste, and the Restart Alliance was started with Fashion for Good, LOTUS Foundation, IDH, and Canopy. We are also building a chemical manufacturers gateway where chemical innovators, recycling innovators have come to India, and they're exploring the Indian market and seeing how they can implement the technologies here. Also, Canopy Foundation has an India ambition to use for the next gen materials. And yes, that's the website of Restart. Please feel free to go in there and learn more about textile recycling. Thank you very much. I hope I'm in time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ray. You have given a very useful insight about the problem that our sector faces, that is the recyclability, managing the waste you have rightly mentioned that we should not treat it as a waste rather than an input material for the next cycle. This approach we have to change. Our mindset has to be changed. And you have given some good examples how can sorting be done by using these new modern technologies. And with this continuing the same topic, the next session is again on the sustainable textiles. Our next speaker, Mr. Rahul, is there. So please introduce formally.
Thank you, Chair. It's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Rahul Bajekar. He has been a key figure in the textile industry since 1994, beginning his career at Mahindra & Mahindra Limited, Mumbai. Mr. Bajekar later transitioned to head HUM's Eco Laboratories and currently serves as the Director of Standards Development and Quality Assurance at Global Standard, overseeing the global organic textile standard. A prolific contributor to technical journals and an active participant in United Nations initiatives for sustainable textiles, Mr. Bajekar's extensive experience and leadership in the field makes him a vital voice in shaping the future of the textile industry. We welcome you.
Thank you so much. So I am now the Managing Director of Global Organic Textile Standard. I started as the Technical Director, but that's besides the point. First of all, thank you so much for asking me to come and speak. When Dr. Kranti said, could you please talk? I said, of course. And then he gave me this topic. And I said, wait a minute, what did I get into? This is a topic for a conference that would last 2 days. And you asked me to speak in 15 minutes. That's going to be a challenge, but I will try my best. So the environmental impact of textiles is a topic we've heard a lot about over the past few days, even in this session. But let me come to a report by the EU, the European Union Parliament, released a few months ago. It essentially talks about the consumption per person in the EU. I'm talking purely the European Union. They say that the global textile fiber production has almost doubled from 2000 and is projected to go up to 145 million tons by 2030. That's not too far away. We are accused of being fairly polluting, the textile industry. Effluent is a well-known problem, and the consequences of effluent are pretty grim. We do have a lot of interesting consumer habits. This is, of course, now from the European Union, so the figures are from the EU Parliament report from June. Less than half of the used clothings are reused or recycled. Only 1% are recycled. So I wish there was more. Between 2000 and 2015, clothing production doubled, but the average use of an item of clothing has drastically decreased. The Europeans use nearly 26 kilograms of textiles and discard about 11 kilograms every year. That's quite a bit. Interestingly, used clothing can be exported outside the EU, but are mostly incinerated or landfilled. Landfilling is, of course, interesting enough to see, and we have this problem even here. We are the second largest polluter in the world, just after the oil industry. We can debate whether it's the second, third, fourth, but it is a polluter, no question. The industry has grown, and it's constant. It's seemingly permanent. The growth is not stalled anywhere in the past many decades. There is globalization. We have low costs, low prices, and clothing essentially has become disposable. And production countries and consuming countries have a big divide. The burden is usually on producing countries, who are typically less advanced. We talk a little bit about climate change. And of course, you have people who say there is none, but I don't think there is any doubt whatsoever. Evidence is clear. The apparel industry's contribution to the climate crisis is estimated at 2 to 8%, and more than 400 apparel, footwear, textile, and luxury companies now have committed or set science-based targets to reduce emissions. And this is a 20-fold leap in just 4 years. That is 20 times more companies have come forward to set science-based targets. So there are some transformatory regulatory steps that are taking place. Unfortunately, many of them are going in different directions. But there are a few steps being taken. I'm happy that there are some. Let's talk about a few. The first is the Fashion Act in the United States, typically for the New York state. That requires fashion brands to not just set, but meet science-based targets to reduce emissions. In the European Union, the CSDDD, or the Due Diligence Directive, as it's often called, and also the Reporting Directive, require companies to set and report on science-based targets as well. So what are these? So if you look at the European Union, given the huge impact that the textile industry has, they have launched a strategy for sustainable and circular textiles. We can once again debate and talk at length about what is circular. But the fact is, there is now a strategy. It's called the European Green Deal. There's a circular economy action plan. And the philosophy is fast fashion is out of fashion. Consumers benefit longer from high quality, affordable textiles. The strategy essentially addresses the production and finally the consumption of textiles. Yeah, it's a complicated, long list of things that this strategy has, but I'm going to highlight a few things only. What is it? The first is it sets or requires you to set design requirements for textiles to make them last longer. There's a digital product passport that has all the requirements of a product within itself. It addresses something which is fairly new, the release of microplastics from textiles. It tackles greenwashing, a very interesting term, which is becoming more and more important. There is producer responsibility, which means it's the responsibility of the person who produces these textiles to make sure everything is right. It requires and incentivizes circular business models. It doesn't say what circular is, but it says circular business models. It seeks essentially to transform the European Union into the world's first climate neutral continent. Textiles is one of them, of course. There are other industries that also have to be part of this. So no net emissions of greenhouse gases by 2050. Economic growth should be decoupled from resource use, and no person and no place is left behind. These are fairly strong, interesting, and complicated words. At the same time, it's fairly simple. Essentially, they say, let's all become more responsible with what we do. And it's quite clear that the textile industry needs to respond. We can't just sit back, because this is coming for us. If the European Union wants something, it probably affects the rest of the world as well. So how is that to be managed? And you already have the United Nations 17 Sustainable Development Goals. You can take a little bit from there, but there's much more than just this. What is sustainable? We did talk about defining certain things. So what is sustainable? A lot of people have a fair amount of definitions, but what I'm not saying this is the only definition, but what I like is able to be maintained or kept going as either an action or a process. I would say that is sustainable. Reducing the environmental impact across the spectrum requires some action at all different places within the textile industry. So raw materials, chemicals, resources, trade and commerce, consumer purchase, reuse, repurpose, disposal, and then you talk about allied matters such as biodiversity, and more importantly, social aspects such as fair or living wages. I put living in brackets for a reason. And we'll not talk about that because we don't have time. But yes, living wages. So coming to the topic that we have, standards, labels, and sustainability. What does it actually mean? Standards and certifications are guidelines that are used to demonstrate commitment to good requirements and good practices, such as environmental, social, ethical, and even safety practices. There are perhaps 400 different standards across the world. Yeah, almost all of them are VSS, Voluntary Sustainability Standards. They're voluntary. They're not mandatory, they're not regulated, they're voluntary. Labels, of course, are created for consumer recall. So if you want to talk about a standard, typically there'll be a label associated with it. And these labels provide the means to consumers in a confusing landscape, because it is confusing. What is sustainable? What does each label mean? And therefore, a label or a standard will have different requirements. Increasingly,
big data. Data is the oil. But when we load humans with too much of data, he will not be able to process it. It is about the decision. So Industry 4 the solution we have realized that no more data only. It has to make decisions and implement on its own, or wherever we feel that a human element is involved, it has to give suggestions based on all the data. One of the examples as far as the heaviness in data goes with respect to bale management, from time immemorial, we have, all the spinning mills have been using cotton bales or whatever synthetic bales in order to produce the best yarn qualities. But with the current trend towards the cost optimization, better yarn realization, this has gone beyond the capabilities of the human beings. That's where the AI helps and big data helps. So in our Spin Connect, we have a bale management module which gives the mills absolute control over the bale management, which will result in the cost and consistent yarn quality. So this is our solution for the Industry 4.0, what we call the Spin Connect, which is a web-based application. We have left no stone unturned as far as spinning mill goes, right from the bale management, monitoring the wherein all the machines are connected, which monitors the productivity directly connected to the servers, either edge computing or server computing or cloud computing. So production and efficiency. This comes the quality. The energy. So that's LMW Spin Connect for you. But Industry 4.0 doesn't come something only when we impart IoT devices. It requires smart machines for smart manufacturing. What do you mean? What do I mean by smart, or what LMW means by smart is that whatever is a operation that is done repeatedly, regularly, those things has to be automated. to replace humans. Okay, that is industry 3, but still it takes inputs from industry 4 in order to do that. Second comes what I was speaking about earlier. Everything has to be automatically adjusted, but for automatically adjust something, you need data. For that data, we have to impart smart sensors wherever it is required. We cannot be installing sensors in each place. Where a bearing is costing 300 rupees, I cannot put a smart sensor over there and make it costly by another 3,000 to 4,000 rupees. So it has to be smartly installed where we want data. And after we get this data, analyze it, we have the prime movers and actuators in order to automatically implement these decisions. That's what we call smart. So what is LMW's contribution? All our products, entire range of smart machines from blowroom to link winder are compatible with Spin Connect and Industry 4.0. So I thank ICAC for giving us this opportunity to present about Industry 4.0. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rajsekharan. You had given a right perspective how smart manufacturing can help the textile sector, and particularly this cotton. And you had given a real example how your industry, your company LMW is performing and adopting the new technologies. This can be a lesson for others also, and we can learn from that. Continuing with the same topic, we have another eminent speaker with us. Mr. Prashant is there. So I will request him to give this last presentation, and formal introduction will be given by Ms. Party.
Thank you, Chair. We are pleased to introduce Mr. Prasanta Deka, the head of Reader in India, a pivotal figure since the establishment of Reader India Private Limited. As a founding member and a part of executive team of Reader Machines and Systems, he brings an impressive 26 years of expertise in sales, marketing, business development, and corporate strategy in the textile machinery sector. His profound knowledge and experience in the textile machinery industry makes him a valuable contributor to our session today. We welcome you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I think this is the last paper of the day, if I am right. So I would try to make it short, and I think Mr. Rajsekhar already made my job easy because he almost introduced you what is spinning and how the spinning industry is trying to digitize itself, towards a time where we have to really implement AIs in our entire process. So I would go one step further. I would like to share with you where we are working. I mean, what we see down the line, next 5 years, where we should be. So probably I will also start with a short movie. I think it's same as what Rajsekhar has said, but I think it gives you a little bit of insight about the AI implementation that we will do. I will start with the slogan which you saw, connecting the dots. What we have done today is we are trying to connect the dots in a spinning mill where, they were all silos. I mean, spinning has different compartments, and there were no communication between each compartment. And these were all managed manually, giving a lot of loopholes and giving a lot of time management for anyone who has a spinning mill. But then when you do connecting the dots, you do something called monitoring. So today, data is the new oil of this industry, you know. Then AI is making business more and more smarter. In 5 to 10 years, a decision to buy a machine or any system will be made by intelligent systems. I don't think we have to spend enough time of ours to decide which system we should buy. Now the holistic approach is that, as I said, we connect the dots today. We try to collect informations related to productivity, energy, and quality from each and every individual department, and then we try to merge them, and then we try to show what is happening in the mill. So this is nothing but we are monitoring. We are trying to monitor the entire system that we have, and then we are making decisions what to do. Nobody else is making decisions, but we are making decisions. So this is the stage which we have reached. Now, if you look at this, horizon, so you have in a spinning mill the center portion, which are the machines, the systems. Below you have different, other activities that is going on. For example, you have humidification plants, you have compressed air, you have a power station. And then on the top, you have something called your own ERP systems. You have to do your stock planning. You have to, do your yarn inventory. So what we are trying to do is stage by stage is that we are trying to connect these three together. So first is connecting the dots in the spinning mill. Then second, you connect it to all the other systems that are there in your premises. And the third is that we give you API which is required to pull this data to your ERP system so that you can manage your inventory, you can manage your daily day-to-day business, which is today very difficult because there is a break between what data we gather and we monitor and what ERP system you have. So there is no feasibility there. For example, if you look at the entire spinning mill overview, the first picture, the mill, we need something called an overview for the owner or the big boss. So we call it as a big boss overview. So this we are able to give today. Then comes to the machine group. When it comes to the machine group or an individual machine, then you need more deep dive, you need more data, and you need more data mining for the supervisors to take their own decisions. And then you go to the third stage where productivity, energy, these are required by the operators because in many areas they get paid based on the productivity that they deliver. Now, for example, I show you in a graphical form what happens when you really, monitor and optimize your spinning mill. Now, in first case, for example, you commission a project and you reach the level A, and then after a certain time of fine-tuning, you reach level B, which is maximum. And then the entire system tries, it shows a little bit of variation. So productivity, quality comes down depending on your raw material, sometimes depending on your ambient conditions. So this variation happens, and we have to invest a lot of time and energy and resources to keep the mill running or to keep the plant running with the desired level of productivity and quality. But if you adopt a system where we monitor and optimize, then what happens, you are able to start or commission the project in a much earlier time period. You also fine-tune it to the highest productivity and quality within a very short time. And then the variation that comes in because of the external factors becomes smaller and shorter. So you are able to control it in a much better way. Now where we are heading to, I will skip this slide. So we are talking about now optimization. So what is optimization? So optimization is not that, a person will monitor the data and then he will decide what to do. So we are talking about collecting the data, analyzing it, and then giving the solution to what should be done. So the manual intervention, human intervention is minimized. Of course, we can review whether the solution given by the system is correct or not, but most of the time it will give the right solution. So for example, you have raw material parameters, you have machine configurations, then you have defined rules, and then you have machine setting sheets. Now the AI will automatically calculate where is the problem, what is the problem, and come with the solution. If you go to the next slide here, for example, this is the fragmented process of a spinning mill. So it starts with something called blow room, where you first try to clean the cotton, or you first process the man-made fiber, and the last process is the ring spinning or the winding, where you get the final yarn. Now you have different problems in a different process. So the system tries to analyze, so if there is a problem in the yarn, from where is it originating? So it goes back to the previous process. If it finds a fault, then it analyzes from where this fault has come. It goes to the previous process. Like this, it makes an analysis and then come with a kind of a guideline or a suggestion that this is the area where you have to attend. So this is called Essential Optimize, which we have already launched, and there are 12 installations around the world, including 2 in India, where we have tried this, and we are really finding the fruits, because it makes the people's job much easier. Then comes, we have two departments called winding and ring spinning. So these 2 departments were not connected in the past. So what happens if you have a fault in winding machine, then you really do not know where you have to go for. Then you blame the previous process, then you blame the previous process. Like that, it goes on. So the effort is that now we connect everything to the winding, so that if there is a problem in the winding, you come to know from the Essential Optimize where was the problem. Was it ring spinning? Was it combing? Was it draw frame? So it reduces time drastically, and then you are able to really improve the productivity and quality of the whole unit. So this is how our distribution of this essential maintain and essential optimize is working. As you can see, it's mostly working in Turkey, 27%, followed by Asian country, 18%. Then we have also gone into North America, South America. It's catching up because people initially think we can manage because we have a lot of laborers and a lot of workers. But as we go along and we see that more and more it becomes difficult to manage. So I think in times to come, as I mentioned in my starting of the speech, the process and the machines that we would like to deploy will be really selected by the intelligent systems rather than some of us who will be making decisions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prashant Dekha, for giving insight about the technology that is developed by your company that can be useful to so many other manufacturers and can be adopted by others. And you had made a rightly point, for decision making we require help from technology also. So we had a time of around 7 to 8 minutes. We can take up a few questions, if any questions are from audience.
Hello. Steven Chen from Taiwan. First of all, I would like to share with Robert, you just mentioned marketing. One bad, one good. Yeah, I would like to share some information from our side. You know, my friend, the government supplier, and one for Nike, one for Lululemon. They mentioned, yes, they are taking the order for next 2 quarters. But the other bad news, I will say this like, the problem is still there because of high interest rate. And the pandemic is still, unfinished yet. So this is really impact to our industrial, even for the transportation material, cargo is coming late, and so on. So the expense is increasing. So this is why I still wonder, then I need your advice. What you prospect? Although we mentioned 2 brands, their orders coming, but most of us, we're still in suffer now. And also, we still afraid the new challenging, new pressure is coming. That's mean common fight. You see, I think everybody should be care about the carbon. This cost impact to our export expense, or can be scale up your whole margin. So this is a question for Robert. And second, to reader, yes. Last year I visited your lab, and in the lab I talked with your engineer. Then you have study for the recycle for denim, second-hand denim, and which is they told me this: if a recycle for denim, they come back to the fiber will be supplied to the denim factory. Then that we have a 2-way advantage. No need to dye. So this can be saved the expense. So can I ask the reader, do you think this is called a circular or recycle? I try to find out 2 different meaning. And last, I would like asking the whole audience. Now today's topic is talking about Industrial 4.0. And 4.0 is equal smart manufacturing or different. As I understand, 4.0 does mean we are fully automation. But unfortunately, in this moment, for example, our spinner, we cannot spend any further, additional investment capital to just change automation. So this I'm wondering, for the spinner association, like our audience, do you think this way we're going to smart manufacturing or going to the automation 4.0? Thank you.
Thank you for your question, sir. The way I look at the market, it's sort of like an EKG in the hospital. Right at the moment, it's not doing much. The line isn't doing much. It's going to be hard for a while. But come about the middle of next year, you'll start to see a heartbeat start to move. It'll be up, it'll be down, and it'll start to eventually level out. Part of the problem is, as you point out quite correctly, we're still dealing with the effects of the pandemic. And it's affected the entire industry so badly, let alone the entire economy. Having said that, I think consumer attitudes will shift gradually as the inflation rate comes down. The inflation rate's come down considerably in the US from where it was. And interest rates right now are being held flat, will likely be held flat. I wouldn't anticipate any sharp declines yet in interest rates, but I don't think it's going to get any worse, let's put it that way. So that'll help to feed the market growth into next year.
I think if I understood you well, sir, you asked whether this is circular, right? The denim recycling. Was that your question?
No, I tried to find out my understanding recycle and circular economic. Recycle just, for example, polyester from PET bottle and recycling chip for the filament, for the fiber again. But for your study, for denim recycling, that's meaning you can just direct from the cross and change recycling to the fiber. And within this process, you really save some energy with process or some carbon produced. So this is what I think that this is a more circular economic. Am I right?
No, I think you're right. Yes. Okay. I mean, we are working with both mechanical recycling systems, as you mentioned, and right. Also we are working with the guys who are chemical treatment recycling. Okay. But when it comes to PET bottle recycling, as you rightly mentioned, there is already a debate going on whether it's a real circular or not. But when it comes to recycling of cotton as well as blends, which comes out from either post or pre-consumer, I think we can call it as complete circular, as you rightly mentioned.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you.
In fact, we are very end. This is the last session, and we are very close to the end. So we can take one last question. If any. I think this is the end, so nobody want to prolong the session. So it's time to close the session, to give the concluding remarks. It's a very difficult task in the end, because I'm supposed to summarize the views, experience of such so many eminent speakers in a few words. Still, since the task is given to me, I will try to do justice with it. And we can take some of the takeaways from this session we can take. In the cotton sector, the problems that is identified is like reduced acreage and basically the low production, you can say inflation, competition with synthetics, and the problem of recyclability, managing the textile waste, and some new ideas has come up that cotton can be utilized in other areas also, like in technical textiles it can be utilized. Similarly, we have to think over other areas where cotton can be used, and how can the properties of cotton, the weakness like it has a low strength, or it's not very, it cannot be stored for a longer time. It can be degraded, and these problems, if we can solve, definitely can be solved, because so much technology research is going on, and new seeds can be thought of which climate resistant, and specifically considering the different geographical locations. Like in India, we have to develop our own seeds which can take up more heat. Global warming can take up, so that the productivity is increased. And the new idea is that standards, that is a very revealing idea, that we should have the standards on sustainability, and whatever we do, for each and every practice, we should have certain standards, certain SOPs that will help in overall achieving the aim of sustainable usage of textiles, production of textiles, and disposal of textiles. And finally, the new technologies that we had, like IoT, where instead of the man and the machine will talk each other, can be. This is the future. May not be applicable for all the industries, but yes, some industries can think of. And the new AI that can help in decision making, and the time has come when only human cannot take the decision. We need technology to give some outputs, some inputs basically, and some exception reports. Then only some decision can be taken for better management. The big data and all the smart textiles, we have to think over this. And this industry 4.0, which is rightly said, which is the new revolution, new areas, we have to plan in future and think for it. And I wish that this cotton sector especially will be able to take up the challenges that are with us. And in the end, I wish all the success to this sector and to this conference. Thank you.
Before we close, I just had a couple of housekeeping announcements. One, the buses will be leaving starting at 6:45. Our dinner tonight will be hosted by the government of the state of Maharashtra at the Taj Hotel. And the next event will be tomorrow at a different time at 8:30 in the morning. I know it's a little early, but hopefully as many of people can make it as possible. But again, I wanted to thank our panel and our chairs. And I think this has been a very important discussion, because we can't think of cotton production in isolation of what markets are. Anyway, with that said, I wish everyone a good evening, and we will see you at the dinner. Thank you.